This bitch used to be a T-Rex. Even a dog was scared? Yeah. Damn. Yeah, bro, this chicken is non-GMO. Yeah, it's true. God damn, man. Oh my god. I thought the hawk would have won for sure. This is crazy. El Polo Grande? Yes. And especially like at the end of it, he's just standing on him. He's like, "What? Are you not entertained?" Man, now I can see why people would watch cockfighting. You know, this shit was entertaining. Man, the hawk kept going for him. Yes. That chicken is buff with hormones? Oh, you're right. Wait a minute. Bro, you're right. This chicken, because it could be... No, this doesn't look like it's on one of those types of farms. Because, like, yeah. Because it would be like the size of a dog. Yeah, it's a big... Yeah, that's a big chicken then. Yeah, this is just your regular old-fashioned rooster, man. Just took him the fuck out. That's so cool. AAA RPG Avatar game? What the hell? Same studio from Space Marine 2? Two of the original creators of the show? Awesome. Great. Fuck yeah. I'll play it. Yeah, I mean, that sounds really good to me. I was never a big fan of... I like, Avatar came out at the point that I had already stopped watching, like, what I considered to be, like, kid shows at the time. So, like, at that point, I was already watching... Like, the only cartoon that I would watch was, Clone Wars. The Cartoon Network Clone Wars went so fucking hard. And then I'd watch, like, Adult Swim, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force, like Ghost in the Shell, Robot Chicken, and then I watch like The Simpsons, Futurama, things like that. Samurai Jack, yeah, but like I remember, I always liked the show. I just never really I never went all the way through it. But yeah, this looks awesome. Couples who finish each other's sentences. Is this real? I bet it's. I bet. Look at the way, bro. Look at this, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at like they holding each other. Like, damn, power couple. Yes. Jesus. Maybe he learned it from him. I'm thinking of like, you know, like in Star Wars, like the rule of two, where it's like the master and the apprentice, and then like P. Diddy now becomes the master because Epstein's gone, and then he's like training up like, I don't know, like Usher or somebody like that to do the next one. Like it's just so it's kids, yeah. It's just so fucked up. So much of it's just so fucked up in so many ways. Yes, there's Sith. Yes, I know. Drake. Yes. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say. What is this? Living under the iron. This is, you know, it's quite a bit. All right, I've seen all the rest of these. Video game dads. What's this here? Treated video games like sports.
What's going on in here?
Nothing, Dad. I was just taking a break.
Did I say you could take a break?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
Last I checked, sorry doesn't count as a solo dub.
Let me see this. They put, and Miss Incredible in Fortnite. Oh, yeah. I saw this. Look at this.
The fact that Mrs. Incredible has been added to Fortnite has led to an outpouring of way too happy fans, all clamoring to get a look at the superhero in a skin-tight suit. Frozone and Mr. Incredible were added as well, but for some reason it seems they are receiving far less attention.
I wonder why.
There's always been something about Pixar and the mums they present on screen. It's definitely become a meme for the various animated characters
Yep.
to be recognized as possessing absolute dump trucks,
Yep.
as each film released over the years seems to place heavy emphasis on the rear end of monthly figures.
Yeah.
As a result, the fact that Fortnite has added Mrs. Incredible to the
Jesus.
roster of skins available for players to mess around with and do as they please has of course led to some extremely sus videos, the bulk of which have a distinct focus on certain emotes for a character. It seems that in a game so geared toward being family friendly, there will always be ways in which players will find opportunities to make it more mature.
Okay. Pornhub releases their search results every year for video game characters. And last year, I guess Fortnite did a collab with Street Fighter. And Street Fighter, Chun-Li was higher on Fortnite than it was for the actual Street Fighter. Absolutely, kid. Yeah, and who do you think, let's use a little bit of logic here. Who do you think is looking up Fortnite Chun-Li? I'm sure these are all adults. Yeah, for sure.
Even if ultimately those mature themes come off as extremely goofy.
Yep.
Then of course there's the corny most sus emotes in Fortnite videos, which go to great lengths to rank the emotes that look vaguely sexual or can be used in that manner.
Yep, there we go.
It just turns out that if you have a game
of course. I mean, like, big surprise. Like, wow, I can't believe that, like, a bunch of teenage boys that are playing a video game are gonna make a big deal about a character coming out that's attractive. Wow. Yep.
Turns out that if you have a game that specifically goes out of its way to prevent lewd content, there will be those who try very, very hard to make it possible. It seems that those who might already have had a huge crush on fictional characters such as Mrs. Incredible or Chun-Li or any other character present in Fortnite are also going to be the most likely to create and upload content expressive of that sentiment.
Yeah, of course.
This is why there's an outpouring of videos getting this lewd representation down to an art form, utilizing specific emotes and sprays to convey meanings not intended by Epic Games. All symbols and...
Okay. Do you really think that they don't know what they're doing? Do you really think that they just put this out there and they're like, oh, wow, everybody's making sexual... What? How would this happen? No shit, then of course they know.
dances surrounding
Absolutely.
the new Mrs. Incredible skin have been concocted and honed over years of Fortnite's existence, and players have discovered the optimal ways to tell certain stories without explicitly including dialogue. In short, the addition of Mrs. Incredible to the Fortnite skin roster has players salivating due to the already huge memes surrounding Pixar mums, but also because the game has allowed players to utilize its vast network of emotes and sprays to create their own stories,
Yeah, of
implying the
course.
lewd adventures of its characters. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know in the comments below.
And remember, like and subscribe.
Okay. Okay. For sure, I'm getting the skin now. I guess so. Well, here's the way I see it, right? Take my money. I want sexy characters. Yeah, of course people are gonna do this, and like, there's plenty of like teenage guys are gonna, of course, watch this, and like, you know, 12-year-old boys are like, oh my god, she's so hot. Absolutely. That's why the Fortnite version of Chun-Li is more popular than the Street Fighter 6 version of Chun-Li. It's a bunch of kids looking it up, man. Like, I mean, again, like, you did this, how many of us did the same thing whenever we were younger? Right? I mean, like, there's the video. That's pretty fucking funny. Yeah, it's really not that big of a fucking surprise. Me? Yeah, of course. It's normal. I think that's the way everything is. That's just the way, it's the way kids are gonna do it, right? And who didn't is the real question. Yeah, I guess so. When we were younger, quite a while ago, you watched the HBO show? Oh, which one? Let's see. What is this here? I love how the only dialogue in the teaser doesn't make sense for after all the race swap. Like this? Oh, this is, yeah, I watched this a long time ago. I don't give a shit about that. Let me see if I can find the rest of this. Irwin, Tennessee, 6 factory workers were killed during the floods because they were told they couldn't leave work.
At least 6 impact factory workers have lost their lives and more are missing after they were allegedly told that they would be fired if they left work during the hurricane.
Why'd you make us work that day? Why? We shouldn't have worked. We shouldn't have been there. None of us should have been there.
Family members say that their loved ones never got
the
word
hell?
that they were allowed to leave and that they were told that the management was monitoring the situation. Some of the workers' relatives got frantic video phone calls as the flood swelled around impact plastics. Some employees were able to leave the industrial park using a truck owned by a neighboring company driven by a driver employed by that company.
Oh my
But
god.
due to the quickly rising water, the truck tipped over and 5 employees and a contractor aboard the truck went missing. They are now being counted among the deceased. 5 others who were also on the truck when it tipped over made it to safety and were later evacuated.
Wow.
A National Guard helicopter was subsequently dispatched to rescue those 5 employees, and they were airlifted to safety. Another
my
set of
God.
employees had to depart by the CSX railroad track behind the facility due to high waters at the front door. Those employees were able to make it to an adjacent company where they were able to find safety.
It's hard for me to say whether the company's at fault at this or not. I feel like they are, but it's a very big difference, like the company telling them if you leave, we'll fire you versus not telling them that they could leave. Like, to me, that's a really big difference. Like, yeah, I just leave. Yeah, job or life, easy choice. They were obviously asking. I don't know. Like, that's what I'm saying, is like, I'd have to hear more about it, because that's what was said at the beginning, and then she said something that they didn't talk to management. Management was, like, looking at it. So I don't know if there's enough really to say. It seemed kind of contradictory. Very bad take. It's not a bad take. It's that I feel like there's, like, what? How's it a bad take? To say that them telling them not to leave is very different than not telling them to leave. Obviously, these things are very different. And all I'm saying is that, and also they're both kind of bad, right? But I'm not sure. Yeah, story is not correct. Yeah, I'd have to see more of it. Zero evidence, don't jump to conclusions. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, it's easy to say, oh, this company's really bad for doing this, but I don't know if this happened. I mean, it sounds crazy, right? It's like, basically, the company, there's a massive flood going on. You can't even walk. And the company isn't telling people to leave. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. That's a crazy thing to say. So yeah. I understand management told them not to leave and they're monitoring the situation. If that's the case, then apparently they didn't monitor it. Yeah, if that's the case, then they're 100% responsible. It's not even a question. Yeah, I just have to know, like, actually what was the communication. Then you have right of withdrawal in the U.S. Well, I mean, they can't make them stay there, but at the same time, if a person leaves work and then they get fired, then that's bad for them, so they're going to feel like they can't do it. So, obviously, that's what it's going to be. Like, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of normal, right? Doesn't matter what anyone thinks. Why the fuck is anyone working during a storm? At the end of the day, 6 people still died, someone fucked up. Yeah. And, like, I'm just curious, like, what the management actually said, and if it actually was the management's fault or not. So, yeah. Extraordinary evidence, meanwhile, dead people. Well, yeah, I mean... no, because you're comparing it to dying? Well, that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, comparing with that, because people, like... So, if you think about it logically, this is probably the way that a lot of the workers thought about it. They thought, okay, well, I'm probably not going to die. It's just that there's going to be a lot of water around, so I'll stay and work because I don't want to lose my job. It's pretty simple. Like I mean, it's easy to think like how somebody like this would think. It's common sense, right? Of course, that's what would happen. Yeah, they wouldn't know exactly. Probably a non-evacuation area. Who knows? But I do think. I mean, I think there probably should be a court case. Because here's the thing. This is the second time that I'm aware of that this has happened. This same exact thing happened at an Amazon warehouse with employees. I think it actually was only one employee. I don't remember. And also allegedly being told that they couldn't leave. So this is the second time this has happened. It'd be good if there was an actual court case about this, so something can be defined. They actually threatened termination, hang all the management. True. Starfield DLC had me worried for Elder Scrolls 6. Bro, if you're not worried about Elder Scrolls 6, I think you're crazy. Oh, wow.
Back when Starfield came out, I wanted to make a review about why I feel like Bethesda clearly missed the mark with this game.
Yeah.
But I did play the new Shattered Space DLC, and again, I was very disappointed. So let me share my thoughts about this expansion. Because sadly, this is not what I expect from Bethesda, and it's just more of the same like the base game. I was
Really? What the hell did you expect? Because here's what I would expect from the new expansion. A couple new weapons, a new boring story, a few new characters, and a few other worlds with maybe a handful of new assets. Am I right? Seems about right.
hoping they will take more of the feedback into consideration regarding their story, writing, characters and quest design. But sadly, it didn't look great at all. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the story without spoiling too much. Okay, so you arrive on a new planet and you already become some sort of chosen one within 5 minutes. But nobody trusts you until you complete a 10-minute trial that is, and then they suddenly all do. The main quest after the first dungeon is full of boring yapping with the same bad voice direction. The characters talk way too much without actually saying anything, and you just have to
This is one of the things I don't like about gacha games sometimes, is like there'll be so much dialogue for nothing.
Go along and understand it even though you know nothing of this planet, its people and how things work around here. Because the characters just stand there talking without emotion and they ignore the classic rule of show don't tell. Because here they only tell without actually showing anything.
I would expect that.
Personally, I'm a big fan of Cyberpunk 2077. And say what you will about the
Oh no.
game and how it launched, it's fair, but they eventually fixed it and the people saw how great the game was that was lying underneath it all.
Right.
And I'll just show you the difference in how these two games handle it.
My apologies. Please, Malabor, do go on.
Anasco Varun, like his father before him, has relied on the teachings of Jinan to guide us.
I really hope that I think Bethesda should replace their writing team with ChatGPT. I think it would have more edge to it. I feel like everything with Bethesda, that like at least recently, has been so just fucking bland. Like it's just like the most flaccid vanilla milquetoast, like just slop. Like it's just awful. I don't know how, like, and it's so weird how how a company like that can have any fans. Like, how can you possibly like this? Like, what's wrong? Like, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Look at Rockstar. Yes, it's upsetting. This is when you're leaving Arasaka. Yep. And keep in mind, that scene is after 5 other hours of content. And then they don't even show the title of the game until you finish that entire situation.
Only make direct contact with the Great Serpent, similar to Jinan Varun's initial need.
And then something went wrong.
Oh shit.
Okay, but let's talk a little bit about side quests. Because the first side quest you stumble upon, and I kid you not, this is serious. It's about 2 brothers bickering they want to kill each other because one stole their mother's urn while he was drunk.
What?
And yes, I am not joking, this is serious. And the solution and choice for this quest is giving you the option which drink you want to drug before they're going to duel and kill each other. You can drug one of them, neither, or both. if this is the first side quest they deliberately want to show you, I am not sure what to think anymore. What happened to Bethesda's writing?
You woke up. That's what happened. You woke up. The thing is that if all you ever eat is dog shit, you're never gonna understand that you're eating dog shit. But if somebody gives you a steak, ain't no way you want to go back to that dog shit. Yeah, bro, like this, he was in the Matrix. Yep. He was totally in the Matrix. And finally, Cyberpunk 2077 unplugged him. And he realized that this, just everything, there's almost nothing, like, I actually can't even verbalize how much I hate these stories in these games. I can't even, it's like every story in like one of these games, like for Bethesda, it's like they're being told and there's an HR representative who's standing in their room with like a notepad ready to write down anything wrong that they say. It's just so, oh my God. It's everything I hate at the same time.
Holy fuck. Anyway,
Yeah.
how did this get approved? Like, okay. Please let me know in the comments down below if any one of you played this quest and thought this was great writing. Please,
Yeah.
because I really want to know. Okay, but on to the main quest, because they definitely had some great missions and ideas in between, but it doesn't blend that well together. Because in my opinion, the missions you get from the houses are mostly boring, with again too much pointless talking and boring lore dumps. But then
That's what got me to stop. Like, so the day that Starfield came out, and also, by the way, do you remember when the first announcement of Starfield came out? And I said that I thought the game was going to be boring because Todd Howard said it was going to have over 100 planets, and I was like, there's no way this is going to be interesting. Remember that? And people got mad at me. How about that? How about that? Wasn't that over 10 years ago?
there are some great missions sprinkled in between. And I eventually got surprised a little bit, because the final mission from this DLC is quite cool, but then completely falls flat again in the end. It gets an anticlimactic ending where your choice doesn't matter at all and doesn't make sense at all. This again made me feel very mixed about this expansion, while I hope to feel excited after beating it. And the only thing I wonder after all of this is, where is the old Bethesda? I enjoyed Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout 4, even though it was a little flawed. I enjoyed those games so much, like...
Nobody knows how to write a good story anymore because nobody's willing to... I think the problem is that nobody is willing to take risks with writing in a way that a lot of people... Let me think of a way... I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'm going to come back. I'll give you guys a better explanation. I think the best way that I can describe it is that I think that if you look at a lot of journalism nowadays that kind of follows the same problem, is that a lot of writing nowadays, and I think the reason why this happens is because it's done by committee. So you have so many people that are involved in the writing process for a lot of stories that the language in the writing process gets diluted and it loses the original voice of having like one like unified one unified voice or author or writer to it. And I think also this happens a lot with it happens a lot with journalism, where I feel like a lot of writing in journalism is actually incredibly bad. Because a lot of people think that writing... This is going to sound stupid. Writing is an art. And a lot of people use it, so there's... Oh, Jesus. This is like a fucking... like a Russian nesting doll of problems. So writing is an art, but at the same time, some people that are theater kids that are 33 that treat it like they're artists and they're super just so fucking obnoxious about it that it's like, I wish it wasn't an art. So a lot of people, and I think that also in both cases, the writing does not take into account thinking about how the user is going to feel reading what you're saying. Most writing nowadays doesn't have a voice to it. It could be written, it could have been written by anybody. And I think that's really the weakness that a lot of content like this has. So poetry is not art. The issue is that, well, like, I think that a lot of people like view like journalism or something like that, they view it differently than poetry, for example. But my point is that people don't know how to communicate in a way that is compelling. And I think that in the absence of not being able to communicate in a way that's compelling, people communicate in a way that is, like, I don't know, fulfilling, maybe? Like, I'm trying to think, like, the best way to describe it. Like, they're not communicating in a way that is authentic. And it feels very flat and forced, and it's almost like you're basically... It's like TTS almost. It's meme communication. Yeah, it's just awful. It's simple because Zoomers have severe ADD. I actually think that Zoomers are better at writing than a lot of millennials are. I think this is a millennial problem. This is a problem with people that are around my age. I think that the reason why is that a lot of people that are around my age are... Like, there's like a fucking... like an unholy alliance between trying to be politically correct and then also being painfully boring. And I think that millennials, like, oftentimes with writing, you have that fucking intersection, and it's so bad. Feels like a placeholder? Yeah. And I think also, again, it's not really a generational thing, but, like, right now you're seeing a lot of millennial-style writing like that. It's an industry culture problem, in my opinion. I think it probably is, too.
You have no idea how Oblivion made me feel as a child while I played it. It definitely has its flaws, but overall, it's such a great game. It grips you within the world, and... oh, it's so good. But Starfield... man... Anyway, I'll get to that point later. I'm going off script. So, the DLC...
Oblivion was okay, but I never really thought it was that great either, honestly. Like, I just never really did think so. It's my opinion.
Is also very short, because you can beat it in a couple of hours and it doesn't add much besides these new quests. There are almost no new weapons, armor sets... I heard some people saying there are new companions, but I didn't find them. No new gameplay features, no new ship parts, etc.
Damn.
When you ask 30 euros or dollars for an expansion, I do expect way more content than this. Or it would have been...
Well, you could have said that about the base game.
Better idea to price this expansion about like 15 euros or dollar. Now let's compare it again to Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty, in my opinion, is really good and you get so much content for the same price. But it's an entirely different game. But what I used to love about Bethesda Game Studios isn't here anymore. It isn't in Fallout 76, it isn't in Starfield, it isn't in this expansion.
The Elder Scrolls is going to have this same problem. I think people overrate older Bethesda games too much. Yeah, I think they're not very good either. Like, if I go back and I think of, like, did these stories did they actually have good stories? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Bethesda hasn't aged well. I mean, I'll tell you this, like, I don't think it ever aged very well, right? I mean, like, even back in the day, I thought it was bad even then. They had a lot more soul to them. See, like, I just... They had soul to them. I never really felt that way. I don't know, like, I didn't get that vibe. I'm sorry, I really just didn't. And I also think that I am the exact opposite audience for something like a Bethesda game. Like, I've never been able to, like, get it. I don't get it.
The last couple of years, I didn't experience it at all from them. You have to understand, Elder Scrolls is my favorite franchise of all time. I usually cover Baldur's Gate 3 on this channel, but my biggest love is from Bethesda Game Studios. It's Oblivion and Skyrim.
Poor guy.
I used to discover the world and discover these great stories, locations and side quests. And it just isn't Elder Scrolls, because I felt the same in Fallout 3 and even in Fallout 4, even though it was a little flawed. But I'm just afraid Bethesda lost their magic, and I'm afraid for Elder Scrolls 6, because it isn't just the planets that you explore that feel empty, right? Because there is handcrafted content in Starfield, but it doesn't feel the same.
It's bad. Because they can't write a good story, they can't make a good game. You can't give a dog a calculator and then expect him to make a cake with it. You're expecting too much. It's not gonna happen. Just stop it. Like, there's no way. This is the way I felt like with Blizzard. I'm gonna be honest. I feel this way about Blizzard right now. I feel like there is a 0% chance that Blizzard can write a story that's actually good. I don't think that they can do it. And I don't think that they have the insight into what makes a good story anymore. I'm looking forward to being proven wrong, but so far, I haven't been. And it's like, I didn't even realize how bad it was until I went back and I watched the Diablo 2 cinematics. Oh my god. No wonder I played these games all day, every day. It was unbelievable. Like, I couldn't even, like, it was just insane. You have to pay for talent? I don't know what to say. It was old cinematics went so hard. Yes, they're incredible. I don't think that we can, I don't know if we're ever going to get back to that. And I know I sound like kind of a doomer saying that, but that's really the way that I feel.
Planet is also handcrafted, but exploring it feels boring, pointless.
Because the game's boring and pointless. It's a bad game.
Ignite that spark of discovery that you used to have in Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4. It's gone. This handcrafted planet just feels like an empty, barren area just serving as a long travel to get to my next pointless destination. With no fun or interesting landmarks to discover in between. And like I said, I'm not trying to hate on this game. My favorite games come from this studio.
This poor guy.
I wanted Starfield to be good. I wanted this expansion to be good. I want Elder Scrolls 6 to be good.
Oh.
But I'm afraid it isn't going to be. I'm afraid Bethesda lost their magic. And there are some things they have improved in general, but somehow still not enough.
What?
The game and some characters do look better overall, but the random citizens in...
But they don't, though. I mean, they really don't. Like, you look at any game that's made in Unreal 5 looks better than this. Any game. Like, it's just... Like, just nothing about it is good. Like, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck?
The big cities still look weird and ugly.
Yes.
Performance has improved in some areas, but still the frames dip heavily in some other areas. The car is a nice addition to the game if it didn't feel slow, clunky and get stuck very easily. And I was afraid because maybe I just lost touch with the games of Bethesda Game Studios. But then I boot up Skyrim again and I feel that magic. With the next gen patch from Fallout 4, I reinstalled it again and I was like, I didn't lose my touch. Fallout 4, even though it has its flaws, is great. I love.
See, like, that's what I thought too. And like, I remember I went back and I played Dragon's Dogma 2, and the entire story was a complete piece of shit, except for the very end of the story when you go into the unmoored world. And that story sequence is so fucking ridiculously, insanely good that it actually shocked me how good it was. I was like, what the fuck? And it's like, no, I'm not the problem. That part, yeah, it was insane. It's these games that are the problem. Did you play Fall? I did not. Where was this the entire game? Exactly, it's still shit though. I thought it was great.
It. And then I come back to Starfield and it just, you know? So overall, Starfield, and especially this expansion, it isn't really bad, right? It isn't dog shit.
Yeah.
But we're used to something different from Bethesda Game Studios back in their older titles. And Starfield and this DLC doesn't capture it at all. Well, generally Fallout 4 was heavily loved. People did feel like there was a decline coming for Bethesda. But then the Far Harbor expansion showed up and it's everything we hoped for it to be. It was great. It had choice, consequence, it had great dialogue, great characters, great writing. It was so incredibly good in my opinion. And you know what's really funny? Far Harbor is cheaper than this expansion because it used to release for 25 euros or dollars. And most of all, it added a lot of new great content, a lot of new weapons, armors, but especially a separate new island that felt really good to explore. And your choice in this main quest really mattered. Far Harbor really improved from the base game of Fallout 4. You can definitely see Bethesda listen to their fans and improved a lot in this expansion. And I really think many people were hoping for a Far Harbor-like DLC for Starfield. Because it was going to be one location again, where everything was handcrafted. Something we used to love dearly from Bethesda. But it still missed the mark in the Shattered Space DLC. But say what you want about Starfield, but it did try something new with the planet. Eventually it was...
No Man's Sky did the same thing. Like, it didn't. It just was... I just don't understand. I don't. I just like... Stop eating dicks. I know it's coping. Like, this is just... I get it that he's a fan of the games, but like, please, please, please see... Please open your eyes and see the truth. See the reality for what it is. This story is just... The game, everything about it was just so bad. Like, it was in... Like... I'm getting so mad, bro. You're hating on games you never played? It's wild. I'm level 100. I have the level 100 achievement. I played a lot. I played Starfield a lot. You meant the older titles? I played Oblivion. It was garbage. Like, it was, I mean, I guess it was okay for the time, but it was just like, I really just, I don't think it was that great. I think that the only reason I played it is because it was something to do. The moment, like, another game came out, I just immediately started playing that. I really just, I mean, it was better than Starfield. Wow. I'm sorry. I really just don't think it was good. You're such a hater, man. But saying the most popular games at the time were garbage is so immensely dishonest and dumb. I get that a lot of people don't like my opinion on Bethesda games. I understand that. I find them to be painfully dull. Extremely slow. The gameplay is fucking terrible. The story is bland. There's just nothing good about any of them. I played like 3. I haven't played every single one. You're right. Maybe there's one that I'll like. But why would I try another game if I played 3 and all 3 of them were bad? It doesn't make sense. I get that a lot of people like Bethesda. I just don't. And what's weird to me about this, it's like I can't even understand why somebody can like it. That's what's weird. Like I can't like that's like I can imagine why like people can get into like weird I can imagine why somebody would be gay. I can understand why somebody would believe the earth is flat. I can understand why somebody thinks the moon landing is flat. Like, yeah, I can see where they're coming from. Like I get it. But like I cannot wrap my head around the fact that people I'm actually having like this isn't okay, let's move on. There's something about this that just really sets me the fuck off, man.
Just too many loading screens and too many empty, boring planets to explore, but it did have some of excuse because, of course, with 1,000 planets, many would have to be random generated, right? But Shattered Space doesn't have that excuse anymore because it's one big location, but it still falls flat. And we also used to give an excuse for Fallout 76 because it was also something different, right? It's
just
online.
a game.
But where do the excuses stop and when do we accept that Bethesda just has changed? I guess you can give one last final excuse, that Starfield tried something different. But for many people this was their last chance. But for the people that do want to give another chance, Elder Scrolls...
The only thing that Starfield did well was the shipbuilding. I will grant you that the shipbuilding was pretty good. But that's it. That's the only thing. This guy's the exact same thing? Yeah, I just... Elder Scrolls 6 is their last chance. I've heard that before.
Scrolls 6 have no excuses anymore. It's called Elder Scrolls. It's their most beloved IP. It's not
Focus on the L in Elder Scrolls.
online. It's not a different IP. It's a single player experience we all want from Bethesda. But many people are afraid it isn't going to be what they hope it will be. They're afraid it isn't going to give that same experience as Morrowind, as Oblivion, as Skyrim.
Well, like, what do you think? Like, do you think that they're gonna be like, yeah, we put all the bad writers and we had them do Starfield, and we had all the good writers do Elder Scrolls? What? Like, we've got to be like, I mean, how many circles of coping are we in? What? What are we thinking here?
And I'm afraid for that as well. My most beloved IP, I just want Elder Scrolls 6 to be good, just like their previous games, their old games. And maybe some people from...
I actually think that there is a massive problem with fantasy stories. And I think so many fantasy stories nowadays are so boring and bland that nobody has innovated and made anything interesting. I don't think a lot of them are interesting. I think they're just, yeah, Witcher 3 was great. Yeah, why was The Witcher 3 great? Because it's built off of a story that was, like, massively fucking popular, right? Sure. Like, I need to, like... And the thing is, like, yeah, somebody said in chat, Freerun, it doesn't have to be like this. You'll hate Baldur's Gate 3? Why would I hate Baldur's Gate 3? Elden Ring, yeah, but like Elden Ring had like a lot of like Elden Ring didn't have like a narrative in the same way that like Starfield has a narrative, or even Sekiro has a narrative. Like the Elden Ring it's all very like esoteric, and it's like, you know, little pieces of lore that you have to put together. It's not really a narrative in the same way.
Bethesda will watch this and think I'm very rude towards the games. But again, for the third time, you used to make my favorite game of all time. I want your games to be good. A lot of people want your games to be good.
I remember making this video about World of Warcraft in 2018. Yeah, I made this video 6 years ago.
Again, please make Elder Scrolls 6 great again. It sounds like I'm Trump for America, but no, we really want Elder Scrolls 6
I said the same thing, Azeroth great again.
Like the previous games used to make. And the magic is still there.
He doesn't.
Why do you
he doesn't
think
know.
So many people still play Skyrim. 13 years after its release, currently more people play Skyrim more than Starfield. You can start a new save and experience what made those games so great. And I just hope Elder Scrolls 6 will be great. But I am afraid. But please let me know what you guys think. Did you enjoy Starfield? Did you enjoy this expansion? And are you hopeful for Elder Scrolls 6? Or are you also afraid? Please share it with me in the comments down below, because I do read them all. Sorry for my rambling in this video, but thank you if you made it this far. And if you want to see more like this, or, you know, subscribe. And like this stupid video if you agree with my thoughts. Or, you know, dislike it if you don't agree. But do share it with me in the comments down below what you guys think, because I'm really curious where you guys stand on this. Anyway, thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you next time.
I feel bad for this guy, man. I really do. Like, I'll link you guys a video. It's only got 41 likes, okay? It's only got 200 views. Give the guy a view. Give him a sub. He's got 7,000 subs. Bro, this guy needs something in his life. Like, we gotta do something for him. Like, this is just, he sounds poison. It's just, I feel so bad. Like, Skyrim, Fallout, and Oblivion are fantastic games. I'm glad you like them. I'm happy that you're happy. I'm just so... It's, as I said, it's the one thing, it's like, it's the one type of game that I can't understand why a person plays. Like, I can understand why somebody plays Farm Simulator, because it's like they just want to be a farmer. It's like, you know, a chill game. I cannot... I don't get it. I just don't understand, man. I really just don't, just for the mods. I think that, like, some people might think that I have an irrational hate for these games, and I want to let you know that you're probably completely right. You're probably completely right. And I can't stop it. I can't, oh, it just makes me so fucking mad. I don't know what to do. It's completely justified. Look, I think it is. Okay? That's my opinion. That's how I feel. You played Starfield but not Oblivion? Of course I played Oblivion, but I don't have it on Steam. I have it on the original Xbox. Yes, it's downstairs somewhere. I don't know what to say, man. It's irrational, but you can be irrational. Yeah, it just makes me so upset. I feel the same about WoW. I do too. But like with WoW, like I've kind of disconnected myself from caring about the story. Like I don't give a shit what they're gonna do. Like Blizzard do, like, oh geez, this is so weird. Like what the fuck? Like I just, oh man. Oh fuck. Like I'm freaking out, man. I'm freaking out, man. Like this is not the feat. It's just like I hate, like that's just like, oh my god. Oh, it just gets so fucking mad. Oh, I'm having a... Okay, everything's fine. There's no reason to get upset. let it out. I think it's very fucking weird that we've classified these perverse, weird, rare sexual fetishes as being somehow normal or funny. But when somebody makes a character with big boobs or a fat ass, people think it's like objectification. I think it's very fucking weird. It's like the whole idea of like safe horny. It's obnoxious to me. Bear fuckers? Yes. Gets me mad as fuck. So senseless? It is. Feet fetish is fine. That's okay. But here's the problem, is that when you want to gratuitously... Like, basically, the problem is that it's objectifying women, and, like, we're not going to objectify women, and then you display women in a way that sexualizes them in a more of a fetish way. I find it to be... It's just so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what to say. Am I the only person that sees this? It's called double... Yeah, like, I feel like I'm not, am I? Are you real? Yes. I don't know. I've been very annoyed by this. Maybe I'm just... Am I just becoming, like, a fucking old, angry boomer? Like, what's wrong with me? I don't even know what to think. Yes. Yes, I am. Maybe you're right. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I did see this. I guess we can give an update for this. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can find it. So basically, the dock worker situation. Let me see here. Port worker strike. Where is it here? Yep, here we go.
I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this very busy Thursday. We're a little past the top of the hour. It's a new hour, 4 o'clock here on the West Coast, 7.
That's the way I would talk whenever I was writing an essay that had to be 500 words. And I was at 150 words. And I was done.
O'clock there on the East Coast. We have breaking news that we want to get to right now. You'll remember if you were joining us on midnight on Monday, October the 1st, when those port workers went on strike. They went off the job onto the picket line. We are breaking in right now because the part of them up here, not only in New York, but also there at the Port of Savannah in Georgia as well. Well, this is what we know. The union representing those 45,000 striking U.S. dock workers at ports up and down the eastern seaboard and the Gulf Coast. Well, they have reached a deal with the U.S. Maritime Alliance to suspend their strike until January the 15th to provide time to negotiate a new contract. That's according to a person.
So basically, they got plus 62% wages. That's right. So they got a 62% wage increase because of this. But there were two things that the workers wanted. They wanted the wage increase, and they also wanted the ban on automation. That's what they didn't get. I feel like obviously they didn't get that. There's no way that this company can write them a blank check and say, we are going to be regressive with our technology indefinitely. They can't do that.
Briefed on the matter to Fox here. So the strike is over for now. There's this 90-day window for talks to continue. This is tentative at the moment here. If talks break down past January 15th, presumably
hopefully they can make those robots in 90 days.
will go into effect. But they have bought themselves time here.
Yep.
The union, remember, the International Longshoremen's Association will resume working
they can.
immediately,
We'll find
at
out.
least until January the 15th. The agreement will allow both the union and the U.S. Maritime Alliance, which represents both the shippers and the ports here, time to negotiate a new 6-year contract. So the person to the Associated Press also said both sides reached agreement on wage increases.
Yeah, here
but
it is.
Details were not available
I
here.
thought it
Fox
said 61%,
Business, though,
but
does
yeah.
have the details. If no full deal is reached by then, by January the 15th, the offer that is on the table right now, that offer is a 62% wage increase.
Crazy.
That hike
That's a
will be
lot.
pulled from the table if in the interim they cannot still agree on this here. This is a conditional
Man.
offer. It's been made to the ILA. The ILA has accepted this right now. 62% wage increase here. Not entirely sure if they have agreed or not on some of these other concerns these dock workers had, like the threat of automation to their jobs. Also
it's impossible.
with regard to their retirement plans as well. This is what we know right now. The deal reached only...
You know they're putting max money into R&D right now? I think so too. I think what's 62% is ridiculous. 62% over years. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like most people don't get a 62% raise even over, you know, a handful of years, right? That's a crazy amount of increases in money. So yeah, how's it even possible? 62%? Are they like CEOs? No, then it would be 662%. But no, yeah. They're going to start firing people real soon? I guess so.
Matters right now with their base pay, with their wages, and they're getting a 62% hike. It's on the table, that offer, for the next 90 days here. In the meantime, we are getting in right now a joint statement in from both parties. Let's take that here. All right, so this is what they say. This is a joint statement between the ILA and the Maritime Alliance, quote, that the International Longshoremen's Association and the United States Maritime Alliance Limited have reached a tentative agreement on wages and have agreed to extend the master contract until January 15th, 2025 to return to the bargaining table to negotiate all other outstanding issues. Effective immediately, all current job actions will cease and all work covered by the master contract will resume here.
There it is.
So this was about a 3.5-day strike here. We've covered a lot of union strikes here at Live Now. This one, not very long at all here. We do have live pictures. I believe this is in Red Hook in Brooklyn at the moment, a live picture there. And you can see, it looks like some of these striking dock
I mean, you can see how, like, I mean, obviously this is what's going to happen, right? Like,
all right, that breaking news right now. WJZ has just learned an agreement has been reached between longshoremen and the United States Maritime.
I'm sorry, like the way that other guy was talking, it was just, I couldn't do it.
Alliance. There's Tara Lynch. She's been all week long following this strike. So tell us what you know, Tara.
Well, Denise, we're here exclusively with ILA Local 333 President Scott Cowan. Scott, you just made the announcement to your folks. The strike is over.
Yes, strike's over.
There it is.
We got a call from our international.
Holy
We're
shit.
receive a 61.5% increase over the next 6 years. And we're going to have other language to protect us from automation worked out over the next few months and other.
Okay, so there is going to be language to protect from automation in that case. Well, there we go. I wonder what that's going to be. Because I feel like the only way the company can do that is if they currently say that, like, anybody who works there, like, they'll be willing to retrain them in using the automation software and the tools. Because I can't imagine them be able to get rid of automation. There's no way.
Issues that we need resolved.
New jobs automated.
You're very
yeah, old ones protected.
Right
exactly.
Now. What is your emotion for you and your members?
I'm happy for them so they can get back to work and take care of their families. I mean, they've been out here for 3 days around the clock, so this is a good thing for everybody. It's a good thing for the state, the port, and all the members here and all their families.
The money question, I think, is when will this port start to see action? When will people be back on the terminal grounds, unloading and loading cargo?
Tomorrow morning.
What do you think that will be like? I mean, I've seen some of the emotion from some of your members who are just off camera from us now. And they are thrilled. I mean, what does this mean to them?
It means that they can provide, put food on the table, pay their bills. They don't have to worry anymore, possibly losing their cars or their homes or anything like that. You know, we're just coming back off of a major catastrophe.
Oh my god.
Maritime tragedy with the bridge collapse. We were out of work for 2 months. Now we're out of work for a few more days. We're very excited to be back.
This is Stream
and
Sniper.
Talk to us about, you know, why these members, you spoke to us exclusively earlier, but you said they deserve this raise. Not always do they get work, not always do they pick up hours. Why is this wage increase so important, and why is protection against automation so important to you?
Well, the protection against automation is, you know, robots don't pay taxes and they don't put food on your table, so it's very important to protect these jobs. And as far as, you know,
I totally disagree with this, by the way. The idea that you need to keep jobs in the market, no way. They don't put food on the table for you. The company does not owe you a living. Like, it's not how it works. They don't owe you a job infinitely. Also, like, isn't working on a dock, I mean, I feel like in some cases it could be dangerous and it could be physically demanding, right? I mean, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not saying it's like super dangerous or super physically demanding, but I think it probably is to an extent. Like, if I look at a lot of these dock workers, these are, you know, in shape men. So wouldn't that be a huge W? That we have people that are now like, now you don't have to do this job that's dangerous and it puts you at physical risk? What are we talking about? This is the whole reason why automation is designed. That's it. It's a good thing.
The cost of everything's up. These folks work during COVID night and day, getting goods to market. It's so important for them to finally get in on the back end of all the hard work that they put in for this country during COVID.
Scott, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We appreciate you speaking with us earlier.
I don't like the argument about the fact that they worked really hard during COVID, so they deserve to be paid more now. Because I feel like everybody did that. Like anybody who had a job at that point took that same risk. And I think that, like, if the company's making more money, then it makes more sense to give them more money. Yeah, sure. But, like, because of COVID, I don't, yeah, that's weird.
As well, and congratulations on this new deal.
Sure, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right, Denise, back to you.
Well, there it is.
Well done, Tara. Thank you.
So I think, honestly, I'll be really curious to see what happens with the automation. Because I just can't see them being able to just straight up ban automation. You don't see people complaining about drones taking pilots out of airplanes in a combat zone? Exactly, yeah. That's a horrible argument. The problem is where these workers are going to go when they're bought out by automation. So, like, I don't like what you're saying. You're saying that the company has some sort of obligation to provide, so it has to be regressive in the way that it pursues technology in order to keep jobs on life support? That sounds like that's such a stupid way to run an economy. That's so stupid. Yeah, companies' responsibility. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, so many fallacies. Yeah, I can't even imagine people thinking that's a good idea. It's absolutely not. I don't agree with it at all. I'm interested in your opinion, what the world should do when so many people are automated out of work. I think that they have to have universal basic income. I think you need UBI. Like, I don't see a world where you don't have UBI. That's the issue. Like, I know a lot of people are not fans of it, right? People don't like the idea of universal basic income. But I don't see an outcome that doesn't include that. That's the problem. Yeah. Because, like, eventually you're going to have so many jobs that are automated that there's going to be no way for people to expect to have a job. And also, I think what's going to happen is, so if you look at the bottom 20% of, like, let's say IQ people, a lot of the jobs that dumb people used to do guess what? Those are the easiest ones to make a machine do, because it's take a box and put the box from here over to there. Well, guess what? If you're the kind of person who's only smart enough to figure out how to do that, and it is absolutely true. Like, I know there's some people that are taller or shorter than other people. There's people that go bald and other people that don't go bald. There's people that have blue eyes, people that have brown eyes. There is a lot of variance in every aspect of human behavior, right? Every aspect of a person, there's a massive spectrum, right? So what do you really think the odds are that some people are just like, it's like there's some people that are never going to grow to 6 feet tall. It doesn't matter how many veggies you feed them. It doesn't matter if they eat, Frosted Flakes growing up. They're still going to be 5'11". That's it. So the problem is that that's true with IQ as well. Is that to a certain extent, you can train a person to be like the smartest version of themselves, but the smartest version of themselves still might not be sufficient to be able to do a job that requires a high level of critical thinking. And the problem of what happens is that you have all of these people that are effectively too dumb to be employed in a way that's like meaningful. And how are you going to fix that? What do you do with those people? Because like there are no jobs for them because all of them have been automated. Culling? Yeah, we could maybe turn them into food. That would be a good idea. Kill them, yeah. Send them off to war. Yeah, that's another good one, right? Purge, yeah. And there's some solutions to it, but like, and if you really follow this line of thinking out and you look at it and you extrapolate this into like 30 years, right? 30 years into the future. If you're one of those people that's in the bottom 20% and you're living in the slums, basically, you can't afford anything and you're basically your life just sucks. Why wouldn't you go out and rob buildings and burn down stores? Of course they will. Of course, because they've basically been spawned into a situation where they're set up to lose. Yeah, they have nothing to lose. Exactly, yeah. Was thinking about it. So what do you do with those people? Because you get shot? Right, well, that's what I'm saying. You have to kill them. Right? And so is that the solution? Do we shoot them all? Something like that. You still need people to buy things? You don't need all of the people to buy all of the things. Like, the bottom 20% of people don't have a lot of purchasing power in the beginning in the first place. That's not where you have all that happen. You cannot kill a majority? Yeah, you easily can. You just have the majority kill the other half of the majority. We'll just make them all cops? Yeah, exactly. Again, this is where a lot of people fear will happen to most people when we have AGI. What is this here? Born to lose seems disingenuous. Literal eugenicist arguments. Do you really think that I'm wrong? I understand that the nature of what I'm saying is politically incorrect. But I don't think I'm wrong. I don't. Proof? What proof do you want? Yeah, what do you mean by proof? Yeah. What proof do you want? I was against this until I got my inheritance. The peasants will work for me now in the future. Nice. No, what proof? Like, how could I get, what could I tell you to make you see it from my point of view? What would you want to hear? You're not wrong, just a little too inhuman. We can find better ways to solve these issues. It's inhuman. We are entering an age of transhumanism. And for the last 100 years, all types of technological versions of transhumanism have existed to take a person that is below 100% and put them back up to 100%. So, for example, transhumanism is something as simple as robotic legs. Somebody loses their legs, now they have robot legs. What we're going to be transitioning to soon is technological advancements that take the human condition and elevate it above 100%. Because if you look at, like, glasses are not meant to make you see through walls. They're just meant to make you see the way you should see. You know, your robotic hands are not made to make you, you know, be able to climb up anything you want. They're just made to where they're like the way you're supposed to be. They're not? No, they're not. And so what we're going to see happen soon, and you're already seeing this, like a soft version of this is like the Google Glass, like the glasses. There will be chips, and there will be things that they're going to put in your fucking brain, and they're going to give you, like, you know, you have exoskeletons are used. I think that some people already use them. And it's been shown that, like, the fatigue while using an exoskeleton is like 1/5 of what it is naturally. In China, yeah, it's like for construction. I don't have enough information about that to, like, really, like, say that a lot. But yes, it's already happening. Proof that there's no purchasing power at the bottom 20%. Okay, you really think that there's no purchasing power in the bottom 20%? Okay, here's your proof. Look at income disparity and look up income inequality, and then look at the way that IQ correlates to income. It's not a 1-to-1, but it's also not a 1-to-0. There is a correlation. And then so if you match that, you're going to assume, I mean, how many times have we heard Bernie Sanders talk about the 1% of people own this much wealth? I think that proves itself right there. Like, why you want people to live off the government? That's a slave to the government. I know we're already, but you have a fighting chance. I don't understand this. So if you're living off the government, then you're a slave to the government. But if you're living off a company, then wouldn't you just be a slave to a company? What makes being a slave to a company morally better than being a slave to the government? Like, it's the same fucking thing. Yes. Like, yeah, and here's the thing. Here's your exoskeleton. Well, either way, like, this is what's going to happen. The freedom to choose who you're enslaved by? Yeah, true, right? Yeah, you can be enslaved by Apple, Microsoft. They can still spend all that. They are bad for money. You can get out of it. Yeah, but they don't have that much money to begin with. You can't get out of it? I don't know what you mean by that. You think a company has no obligation to provide jobs, but they're allowed by law to operate, so why would a company allow robots from a private company? At this point, they're better off doing it themselves and providing income to everyone? I don't really know what you mean by that. I'm a little bit confused. So, but by law, so you think a company should be... well, like, I don't understand how there's, like, any sort of, like, real, like, foundation to what you're saying. Because... if you look at history, there's always been a lot of cases where jobs were removed because technology improved. Like, we probably had way more people working on making cars back in, like, 1950 than we do now. Infinitely more people. But now we don't have that many people. So, like, should we shut down Ford for that? Yeah, look at Detroit. Yeah, exactly. So, printing presses. Yeah, exactly. There's so many examples of this. So... I'm trying to think to myself, I don't think I can think of one. There's not a single instance where being regressive and fighting against the proliferation of technology has ever been seen historically as the right decision. I think every single time it's been the wrong decision. You can't stop progress just to keep jobs that are outdated? Yeah, exactly. So back before automation, more jobs existed. I think in certain industries, absolutely. Like, automation will not affect every industry in the same way. For example, automation will not affect plumbing in the same way that it will affect data entry. Of course. Different jobs existed, exactly. Consumers don't read and they don't know how to logically obtain healthy debt and leverage assets. Oh, I mean, a lot of people are dumb, right? That's it. What's your opinion on automated cars instead of human drivers? My opinion on automated cars instead of human drivers, very simple. I think that for all of us that are around, like, you know, in our, like, you know, 20s to 30s, I think within our lifetime, it will be, or it will be on the path to being illegal to drive your own car. That's what I think. It will happen? Yes. We've got two? Yeah, 100%. That's better. It is. How so? Just wondering. So basically, a lot of electric cars, if you have a system of electric cars that is all working together systematically, humans at that point would be an unknown variable inside of a system that is organized inside of a computer structure. So if you're a human, you are going to be disrupting the computer structure and the traffic flow of how machines are moving around. It's consistency, exactly. And so as more cars become self-driving, that means that the cars that are self-driving will also become, because this is going to be another really big factor, self-driving cars will actually cause cars to move slower. Like with a lot of self-driving cars, it's not like you're going to be moving 80 miles an hour down the highway. But the difference is that with self-driving cars, you're always going to be moving nearly all the time because the car can detect what all of the other cars are doing because it's all existing inside of a system that's checking and balancing out each other. And so when you add a human variable into that, it's like, imagine, you know, you have like a machine and then you drop a mouse into the machine and then the mouse accidentally gets stuck in a machine and it breaks the machine and it kills the mouse. The human is the mouse. Yeah, it will effectively reduce traffic by like 99%, or at least 90%. So that's why it's going to happen with cars. Don't be ridiculous. The same way Americans can't give up guns, they won't give up their cars. Driving your own car will never be banned, ever. The Trumps of the world will ensure it. I don't agree with you. So basically, I think that you bring up a good point, but I think that your point has an expiration date. So, for example, like, I think being able to own a gun solves an existential threat. Whereas being able to have a, what do you call it? Being able to have a car and drive around does not. So, like, one of them is freedom, and if one of them is safety, the other one is freedom. I think people are much more willing to, like, go with, like, being able to do what they want rather than safety, if that makes sense. Freedom is safety? No, it's not. Freedom is not safety. That's crazy. Movement at will is safety? No, it's not. I guarantee you, if every single car on the road was self-driving, you would have less accidents, and there would be less fatal accidents. Absolutely, it's not even a question. So if you operate under that assumption that like everybody acknowledges this, right? Nobody's saying this isn't true. And also, here's another really great example that's a microcosm of what I'm saying. Seatbelts. Seatbelts used to not be in cars. Now, you are required by law to wear a seatbelt. Why are you required by law to wear a seatbelt? Because if you don't wear a seatbelt, you can fly out of the car in an accident and hurt somebody else. So I think that you can look at seatbelts as an example of what's going to happen with cars as a whole. So yeah. I mean, dude, even with modern self-driving, if everybody had self-driving accidents would probably drop by 90%, they would. And that's going to be the argumentation for why it's going to happen. That's the exact reason why it's going to happen. Humans are the ultimate variable. And also, again, when you have one person in their motorcycles, I don't really think that... I don't know what's going to happen with that. Do you think, well, what's this here? Similar to players getting used to microtransactions in video games? Yeah, exactly. And so this is what's going to happen too, is that right now, a lot of us, like, I like driving. I like driving my car. You know, I think it's fun. I don't want to lose the ability to drive. But the difference is that people that grow up without having to drive their own car, without understanding that, in like, you know, 50 years from now, they're not going to grow up with that same type of attachment. And so as we die out and as the new people take over, and they never grew up with this type of like worldview, they never understood this at all, they're going to have a totally different outlook on the world than we do right now. And even than we will then. That's not true. Like, yeah, look at driving manual, like using computers, like anything, like video games, for example. Like, there's so many technological, cultural shifts that happen. People won't agree with this? Like, it's just true. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, this is what's going to happen. Horses break your argument. We still ride horses on the road. I don't see anybody riding a horse on the road. Yeah, I don't see that happening at all. I don't want to agree with you, so you're right, but you're right. I think that's what's going to happen. Big Insurance will lobby against a law that deems human-operated vehicles illegal. You actually make a great point, and I think that's probably the best argument that I've read against what I'm saying, is that insurance companies won't like this because it'll make them... it'll make them less relevant. And so that's actually probably the best argument that I've heard so far. Horses are driven by people, cars are driven by people. Switching to non-pilot cars is different. That's actually a really good point too. Yeah. It'll take longer than 50 years, but it will happen. Yeah, I think it'll be in our lifetime though. I personally think so. But anyway, yeah. That's automation's going to go very far, and that's just another example of it. I could talk about it for a long time, but a lot of people want me to watch this video. I'm going to watch it. The country that kills illegal immigrants, they just kill them? We kill illegals? What?
Let's say I want to go through this wall. I break through the wall. What happens to me next?
You will die like a dog.
Damn.
The lowest unemployment in European Union is Poland. The highest GDP after COVID, Poland. One of the lowest debts, Poland.
This is Dominic.
There's nobody there.
Member of European Parliament from Poland.
Look. It's like nobody there.
The country that just approved a new measure to shoot and kill anyone that tries to illegally enter their border.
Damn.
Unfortunately, one of our soldiers was killed with a spear. Because they behave like animals.
What the fuck?
They don't behave like civilized people. We are the ones with this border. So we are protecting the whole Europe.
But Poland's strict border control and refusal to take in refugees from non-neighboring countries like Syria and Afghanistan has caused the EU to propose a €22,000 fine for each person Poland refuses to take in, and guys like Dominic to be labeled Islamophobic and fascist.
And Jean-Claude...
What the fuck?
Juncker, the Commission President, says that you're racist. You sound proud of the fact that you haven't taken any refugees.
Of course, because this is what our people are expecting from our government. That's number one. This is why Poland is so safe. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country. When I see the...
I completely agree with him. I'm going to be honest. I totally agree with him.
Well, I do understand that this is for my future children.
Does Poland's strict border policy work? Is Poland significantly safer than the rest of Europe because of it? And do the people of Poland want open borders?
Poland are racist. We are proud of it. And I don't really want any immigrants in my country, you know? Thank you, man.
Before meeting with Dominique, I headed to the capital of Poland, Warsaw, to see what the locals thought of Poland's border and their border patrol now being able to kill migrants illegally trying to enter their country.
At university, what are a lot of the students' thoughts on, you know, shooting down illegal immigrants who come through the border?
I've never heard about it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, okay. It is bad because I don't see any purpose to use a gun for the person. First of all, we need to talk. We need to identify the intention of other person.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah, I mean,
a tough question,
It's a
but
crazy question, right?
yeah, but to be honest, like I'm not sure like how they're controlling the borders, but like I saw a lot of refugees in the Centrum here.
There are a lot of immigrants all around the Europe, and sometimes it can be dangerous for the Europeans.
What are your thoughts on if you
fucking based? Absolutely.
Came here illegally? What should be done?
Oh, I guess I should go.
Fucking exactly. Get the fuck out. It's crazy.
Do you feel safe here in Poland as a woman?
Yeah, very much.
Do you feel safer here in Poland as a woman than you do in India?
Yeah, it's more safe.
Yeah.
It's more safe. A lot safe.
You can walk.
I hear a lot of really bad stories about India, especially for women that go there. I'm assuming probably like there's a degree of there are some places that are really bad and some places that aren't. But man, sounds really bad.
Like go to work at night, and nobody cares, and nobody's like threatening you.
It's not very safe.
No?
Really, because from the main streets,
Yeah.
I really feel not very safe because there are some strange people.
Here?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Men in general.
Oh, some sick people.
Okay.
They frighten me.
Who should the border keep out? Who should it let in Poland?
Nice people, kind, and with good heart.
Okay. Do you think having a more...
I don't think that I don't like the idea that a country is like morally obligated to take in immigrants. I don't think that that's really healthy. I think that if you want to take in immigration for whatever reason, it's okay to do that. But I don't like the moral mandate of it. I think it's inaccurate. It's dumb. Yeah, I think so too. I think a country has an obligation to take care of its people and the people that live there. And if it can help people beyond that, that's okay. But there is a tier list, and the people that live in the country are at the top of that tier list. It's egotistic? Well, of course it is. That's the whole point. Yeah, absolutely. Refugee equals immigrant? Well, I would feel the same way about refugees as well. Why would you take in a refugee? Because you take in a refugee, you're taking your money and you're giving it to that person. But that money was extracted through taxes that were put on your people. So at this point, you're basically stealing people's money and then giving it to someone who isn't even part of the country. I don't think that's fair. Is that really the ethical thing to do? I don't think it really is. I don't view this as ethical at all. Charity at gunpoint. Yeah, exactly. We're coming to Wires Ego. A bad case and it goes to your country. Yeah. Pay taxes for this? Exactly. Poland's taking the immigrants from Ukraine. The border they're talking about is with Belarus. The whole issue's fuzzy. I don't know. Look at what a refugee, you should go to the closest country, not flee to them. Well, I'm just saying, like, because you're letting in your country doesn't mean you're giving them money. That depends on the qualifications for your social welfare. If you bring in a bunch of people into the country that in often cases probably don't even speak the language of the country, how are these people going to be able to function in your society? Like, let's logically evaluate this. Like, how could that possibly happen? There's no way. Like, and also, like, it's again, like, the entire premise is built off of the concept that this is a problem that needs to be solved. And I don't think that it necessarily is. This isn't a problem that, like, Poland is responsible for. It's not their issue. They have nothing to do with it. So they don't have any obligation to, like, help these other people out. Why would they? You're wrong. Imagine if in World War II, no one likes to have Polish in their country. I think that there are treaties that, like, other countries have. And I think that in some cases it can make sense, especially if you're doing it for a strategic reason. But I think that all decisions that are made in terms of, like, refugees and in terms of even immigration need to be made with the best interest of your current citizens in mind.
More strict stance on the border keeps Poland safer?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I know that many people have that opinion.
Okay.
I want to believe that it doesn't really matter from which country you're coming.
Okay.
You know, if you apply to the culture.
I don't agree with that. There are obviously going to be a lot of people that are coming from certain cultures that are totally different than yours, and I don't think that all cultures are compatible. Like, you can't have a culture that stones women to death for adultery be compatible with a country that has pride parades. It's not compatible. It's naive. There's not even a question. Like, it's something that sounds good and it's like the right thing to say, but it's just completely blatantly and plainly untrue. And I'm not even making a value judgment as if like our culture is superior. Like, I like my culture better, but if I went to a place that stones women to death for adultery, I would respect and follow their laws because I'm in their house. However, I wouldn't try to like live my way over there. It's water and oil. It just doesn't mix.
It's gonna be fine.
Safety has nothing to do with the border.
Okay, nothing? What are your thoughts on immigration in Poland?
Я сам являюсь политическим иммигрантом, и поэтому не мне отвечать на этот вопрос. Я пока не сталкивался с какими-то негативными проявлениями в свой адрес.
Why did you come from Belarus to Poland?
Я политический активист, и обратной дороги в Беларусь мне на данный момент нет.
How was your experience going through the Belarusian-Polish border?
У меня чуть другой маршрут. Я прилетел из Грузии. Я жил в Тбилиси некоторое время. Поэтому в моем случае без экстрима обошлось.
Ну, я считаю, что здесь женщине безопасно. И заниматься бизнесом тоже очень хорошо.
What are your thoughts on their stance on illegal immigration and the idea that they'll kill you if you try to illegally enter through the border?
Но я считаю, по международному праву все страны защищают свою территорию. Но это на законодательном уровне.
Do they really just spray them out? Is this real? They just spray them? Oh my god!
Страны защищают свою территорию. Но это на законодательном уровне. Никто из хозяев, но если есть граница существует, должны соблюдаться, законные вот эти данные. Поэтому, ну, если ты нелегально пересечаешь, ты территориальную целостность защищаешь. Считаю, что государство вправе применять оружие для защиты своей территории. Если ты бежишь от войны, пожалуйста, регистрируйся, получай документы, работай. Мне кажется, страна очень комфортная для жизни и, по-моему, очень толерантно относится ко всем беженцам. Я бежала от войны, и тем не менее, за года мы тоже здесь и открыли бизнес, и работаем, мы платим налоги.
What are your thoughts on the border here in Poland, as someone from Ukraine?
Fine. It's really fine. Yeah, it's no problem with everything.
Was it easy to get here from Ukraine?
Yeah, really easy. Few hours.
I'm assuming probably Ukraine, or sorry, Poland took it in like some like Ukrainian, what do you call it? Some Ukrainian politics. Just a sec. Wait. Hello? Hey. Okay. Yeah, I will. Okay, all right. Yo, bye.
For political asylum? Or you work here?
You want me to move the camera up?
Yeah, okay. I believe like in most Poland, especially like the eastern part in Warsaw, we're like fully open for everybody who wants to come here in every purpose. A lot of people lost their houses, lost the safety in their life. Yeah. So I do not see any problem with that. In my opinion, I don't have any problem with that.
Even illegal.
Let me listen to that again. Sorry, I was like distracted. Okay.
Or you work here? Why did you come?
Yeah, okay. I believe like in most Poland, especially like the eastern part in Warsaw, we're like fully open for everybody who wants to come here in every purpose.
Is that
a lot
true?
of people lost their houses, lost the safety in their life. Yeah. So I don't see any problem with that. In my opinion, I don't have any problem with that.
Even illegally?
You know what? In my opinion, this is like hard to be illegally at this moment because you have to cross the border. I think this is not like the main spectrum of a problem. Most of them want to be here legally because they want to have a work.
So if they come to Poland, but they are from a country that's not a neighboring country to Poland, should they be allowed to come in here and be a refugee?
Yes, sure, because we've been in this situation in Poland. We have a trouble history, so we need.
I think that like a lot of people that have this opinion are in a position to be able to have this opinion. I don't think that this is, like, for example, if you ever applied this to something where it negatively affected him, I think that he'd probably think about it differently. It's kind of what I was saying about how a lot of people are very generous with other people's money. I think that if somebody like that, if they were negatively affected by it, then they would think very differently. Yeah, it's a luxury belief. I think it is. It's very much a luxury belief. And I think that it's selfish, too.
Help for our neighbor.
What are your thoughts on illegal immigration?
I think the crime rate is going much higher so far.
So what about like Syrian refugees, like Afghanistan refugees, Eritrea? Are they close enough to be considered neighbors, or should they go to the neighboring country?
They're not like, of course, geographically they're not our neighbors, but if they looking for a safe place, they want to be here legally, they want to have a work, they want to build a new life, I don't see a problem with that.
Have you heard about the Belarusian-Polish hybrid war, they call it?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Of course, this is not correct. I mean, to allow or to bring people from outside just to push them in Europe.
But before heading to the Poland-Belarus border to see what Poland says is a hybrid warfare at play where Russia is sending migrants from China and Africa into Poland for them to then enter the rest of the EU and then financially and socially destabilize the rest of Europe. I met up with...
Is this happening? What the fuck?
Dominique, member of the European Parliament
It's the
and
guy.
Poland's Law and Justice Party. Is this man a racist, alt-right Islamophobe, as the mainstream media and leftist detractors call him? I want to ask him, how does Poland's new border wall work? Can any refugees come in? What is this hybrid war? And how does their border control differ from other EU countries? And more importantly, does it work?
And I'm very happy that we are on the street, not in the studio. You can see, and everyone can see,
Japan.
Yeah, the difference. It's beautiful.
I mean, okay.
Look different.
Okay, I gotta call him out on this. There is graffiti literally right behind him where he's talking about how beautiful everything is. I will tell you that. But if you compare it to San Francisco, it does seem a little bit cleaner. That's Polish art. I see.
The difference.
That's art.
It's beautiful.
Would this look different in Paris, London, anywhere in Germany? What are your thoughts?
I think the easiest way to answer it is Eurostat is the most important when it comes to the data.
Okay.
The safest country in Europe, Poland. The lowest unemployment, Poland.
Damn.
Crimes, Poland. So if you ask me about any data, we are leaders. And that is the fact. It's not my political opinion. When I quote this in European Parliament, they were very unhappy.
Also, if you want to support our
so is this true? Like, because I would imagine that if he's saying it and it's just blatantly untrue, people would have called it out and, like, nobody would be taking this seriously, right? That's exactly what it is. Yeah, there's a sub-ocean refugee at the border. All refugees come there from Russian under the guise of an agreement. I don't know. You can Google it. Let me see. Crime in the EU by country. Okay. So let me see if I can find any information about this. Where's Poland? Number 30. So it's definitely pretty far down there. Yeah, France is, yeah, it's like Netherlands seems like it's below it. Finland and Austria are also all below it. So it seems like that's not entirely true. I'm from Poland. Pull me up. I'll straighten this out. Well, I don't need to... Like, you know, I just want to see what the numbers are. I think it's reverse, maybe? He quoted Eurostat. Let me see if I can find another one. Crime statistics. That's very hard for me to tell. Austria is full of bullshit. I'm from Vienna. So they aren't the safest, but in the runners-up? Yeah, it seems like Poland is safer than average.
On the ground, independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube, and exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload.
Yeah.
Go subscribe at patreon.com/TylerOliveira for less
Yeah, this guy
than
makes really good
$5
videos.
a month.
The whole discussion on migration started in 2015 when Germany started this madness. In 2018, I said quite famous words: zero illegal migration in Warsaw.
Damn.
In every single Polish city. We don't want any illegals. Then they called me Islamophobe. If someone is from China, if someone is from India, or someone is, it doesn't matter who he is, what he believes in. If he's illegal, we do not want that. The difference between refugee and a migrant, especially illegal migrant, is very, very, very clear. The refugee is the person who flee from the country of conflict to the first safe country. I didn't know that Syria is bordering country with Poland.
It's not.
It's not.
Okay.
So the first safe country. That is why we took over 2 million Ukrainians. Legal.
Because you are contiguous. You have border.
That's right. That's right.
In the case of Syria, Afghanistan, Eritrea, that is not the case.
So you're saying it's not their job because basically they're not a bordering country, but they did for Ukraine. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Not refugees. I'm trying to repeat it every single time. If you want to come, you can come. Submit your documents, ask for a visa, stay here for 6 or 10 months, pay taxes, contribute to the society, then you're welcome. Why not? We are not North Korea.
Why are Syrian, Afghanistan refugees coming to Poland and not
migrants?
UAE.
Why Qatar did not react? Why
aren't they going to Qatar?
Very rich Arab country.
Okay.
Where is Qatar? I'm trying to ask this question for years now, and I cannot find any answers because we've been told that this is a...
I mean, he's right. Where's the moral authority in trying to tell Poland that they're doing that when there are other countries that are closer and also have a more congruent culture? Yeah, he's right.
Global problem, so there is a need for a global solidarity. So there is no global solidarity. Qatar is the great example.
Yeah.
Our soldier was killed with a spear by the illegal.
Terrible.
So that would happen.
What the fuck?
On the streets, if we would let them in. They started this madness by willkommen politik. Okay? That was the politic, welcoming illegals because they were hoping for cheap labor. They found out that those who came illegally, they don't want to work. They don't want to work, but there's much more crimes.
Sure.
So they said, okay, let's spread them around. Let's say that this is our responsibility and European solidarity, and then we're gonna get rid of this problem. So, in European Union, they started the thing they called.
I can't believe that they've gaslighted themselves into bringing in a bunch of people from these random countries. I feel like this is probably just pushed by companies in order to get cheaper labor, right? I mean, that's what it has to be. Because I can't see how this is in the interest of an average person. Yeah, it's nuts. You'd be surprised. No, it's pushed by politicians. I just in Canada they do the same stuff. Destroy labor bargaining power. Yeah, I don't understand this at all. I'm actually kind of shocked that so many people buy into this. Yeah, globalist policy. It just seems so silly. I'll be right back. She's in the bathroom. All right, we're back. Okay.
System. Okay. Each country should take migrants. They are they called refugees. That's how they call them. They says you're gonna pay like 22,000 euros per person if you will not take them in.
And you guys said no, we are not doing that.
Of course not.
What were the consequences to that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, so now they have to pay money for not funding random people? It's insane.
Old action, I suppose.
They tried to force us to take illegals. We said no, it's better to pay, it's better to have frozen assets, whatever, rather than risk our own life.
Okay.
And look at the streets now.
Do a pan?
There you go.
Has Poland always been this way, Dominic?
This is what is needed to understand why we cherish our freedom so much. Because of Russia.
Not random people? What are you talking about? What do you mean not random people? Aren't they random? Like, how are they not random? Yeah, I'm confused. I feel like they're random. Yeah, what's going on? It's just a regular street? Yeah, no, I'm just like, I mean, you're just inviting in a bunch of fucking people. Not only Poland doing the same, Finland doesn't take in anybody either. I don't know. Well, this person not responding. But either way, yeah, I don't see a single problem with this.
Russia, because of Germany, historically, Poland did not exist for 123 years. We gained our independence back in 1918. So after that, after 1918, we had a little bit of freedom. But then in 1939,
the thing
Germany
happened. Yeah.
And Russia attacked.
Both fronts.
Both. And we had this terrible communism in Poland for 70 years. That's why I hate Putin. I hate him because he's trying to go back to the Soviet Union era. The way he behaved, the way Russia behaved is unpredictable. 123.
I also want to say that, like, what he's saying here, this is kind of like the point that I was making about how you can very logically assume that because he thinks Russia is an adversary, because he hates Putin, he hates Russia, that he would want to help Ukraine because Ukraine is like the country that is like bordering Russia, right? And so, yes, obviously, Ukraine is being attacked by Russia. It's a common enemy. So, like, again, them taking in immigrants and people or like refugees from Ukraine is in the direct benefit of Poland. You see how, like, even whenever they are taking them in, the focus is still on the people that are living there. It's mutually beneficial, exactly.
Yes.
What did he say?
Finally, we have an MP with a great English.
There we go. When did this hybrid war begin?
Spray
is this
him down.
An act of Russia trying to antagonize?
Of course. Because when you go through the papers, you see that the guys who came to Belarus are with the Russian visas.
Okay.
So we know that by the fact, it's not an opinion.
I see.
So the whole process of traveling is organized by Russia. And because of the green border with Belarus, they are able to come to Belarus and attack our borders. So it's organized by Russia, of course. And they want to destabilize Poland and other countries because the whole thing is not only about Poland, Hungary, Italy, and others. In this part of Europe, we know that Russia is responsible.
And when you push back against the Muslim refugees, illegal immigrants, whoever they were, why did they call you an Islamophobe? What happened there?
First of all, it's not true.
Okay.
One of my closest friends is from Syria.
Okay.
You know, he came here legally. He started his company. He paid taxes. He's been here for many years. And we are very close friends. And he's from Syria, and he says, never ever.
Anytime that people use the phobe language, I usually assume that it's like now you're using this language to try to like shut down a conversation. Yeah, like anytime like, oh, okay, like now it's a diversion. Yeah, it's a language game. It's some sort of bullshit, something like that. Ran out of other arguments? Yeah, exactly. They're trying to guilt trip you? Exactly. Yeah, it's not that he's afraid of you, he just doesn't want that culture in the country, right? It's pretty simple.
Let them come in. Oh, of course, they call us racist, they call us Islamophobes. It's not true. They try to tell us that the doctors will come, engineers will come, that our society, it's all bull.
Do you need doctors?
Of course not. I mean, but we need doctors, not doctors, right?
They're doctors?
No, thank you. Pay them. I want Poland to be like this, look.
Now, is most of the Polish government in agreement with your stances on this? Is
This phrase, be like Poland, because of decisions which were made by our government. Yes, yes, dzień dobry.
Dużo sukcesów w Europarlamencie.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Dobrą robotę pan robi.
Dziękuję.
Dominic, you're loved far and wide here, it seems. It's like this message is resonating with a lot of the public.
And you have to remember that this is very liberal city.
Sure. Are you a big fan of them?
Yeah.
Amazing. Tell me about the live bullets, the fact you can now kill illegal immigrants trying to enter the border.
I love it.
That's... Damn! I love it. Yeah, not even a pause. He just says it. Bro, again.
About the live bullets, the fact you can now kill illegal immigrants trying to enter the border.
I love it. If you are trying to commit a crime on the Polish soil, you might be dead. We do not know if you're a refugee, a migrant, or a terrorist. That's why after our soldier was killed, our parliament passed a law that we can use live bullets to protect our nation. We heard that it appeared, but there is no such a zombie cities like San Francisco.
What do they call him?
Appeared, but there is no such a zombie cities like
Philadelphia.
I mean, yeah.
San Francisco. We don't have that. You know why?
Why not?
Jesus.
Because we are protecting our border.
Okay.
That's the way they try to smuggle it into the country. Any illegal activity is always connected to the drugs, organs. But drugs is a very good business. So it's not only about having illegals, it's also about security and anti-drugs war. So we are winning at the moment.
Damn.
You can see how happy people are.
Putin toilet paper.
How safe they feel, you can tell. It's just beautiful. You can't see this kind of thing in Europe anymore.
When do you think the rest of Europe lost this?
When they decided to be politically correct.
Damn. Holy shit. Would you kill a home invader who's breaking into your home uninvited? That's the same for countries. Why would you not defend your home from people who want to break in and not just knock like normal people? You're right. No, you're right. Yeah, holy shit.
With the leftists, this is what they want. They want diversity. What kind of diversity? With a knife and a rifle? Is this diversity?
Beautiful.
You do not see soldiers with the rifles as you see in London or in France. There's no need. We are not racist. We are not.
Is it real? I always wonder, like, whenever I hear something like that, I always wonder how bad is it really? Because, like, there's a lot of spin on everything. Whether it's, like, you know, people in San Francisco, people in France or Germany or the UK, I really don't know. And I bet probably one person's experience might not be the same as everybody else's. It's really bad. Yeah, I bet it probably depends on where you're at. That's fucked up? Yeah, I don't know.
Islamophobes. We are logical. So I think it's very important to have this discussion, our discussion, while eating.
Okay.
I tell you why.
Why?
Because it's so peaceful. Can you show around?
Beautiful.
How peaceful it is. You don't feel any stress.
You do not.
I'm gonna be honest. I think he's totally fucking right about this. Absolutely. There's no crime. There's no bullshit. 100% he's right.
Feel any anxiety.
Yeah.
You don't feel threatened by anyone. You don't have anyone coming to your table and, you know, asking for money or whatever. You just sit, relaxing, you have a nice beer and you have beautiful pierogies. This is what I love about Poland.
I don't know how, like, you know, people have begun, like, they've been able to, like, morally hijack a conversation where bad actors and people that have malicious intent are supposed to be the people that you side with and you empathize with, and not the people that are law-abiding good citizens that are trying to just live their life. I don't know how that's happened. Yeah, it's guilt-tripping people. I think it is. I think it's guilt-tripping, and, it's disappointing that it works on so many people. It is.
That's
Do you
why
guys have homeless people here?
well, every country has homeless, but can you see any?
Why are the women so beautiful here?
What about men? Hello.
No offense to the guys.
Hey.
Poland is the last stronghold of normality in Europe and in the world in many, many ways. Come and visit.
And you made sure I wasn't a Russian propaganda asset, right?
I hope you're not. You would be killed.
All right.
The whole process of replacement.
This guy. Jesus.
It's just a fact, by the numbers. It's not my political opinion. By the numbers, we are in a very, very bad situation. And listen to me, I do understand that you will have maybe someone who will translate it into Arabic or any other. Do not come to the Polish border.
What will happen if you do and you try to enter illegally?
You might be killed. If you'll come here illegally, you will try to harm any of our soldiers. You will be killed.
Jesus. They hate Russia? Yeah.
The pierogies, the Poland, and
come. I'm telling you. This is the only interview in my whole career when I let someone record me while I'm eating.
How is it? As a man of the people.
It tastes like freedom. It's Saturday night. Look. There's no beggars. There's no homeless. There's no fentanyl. We don't do Chick-fil-A. We don't
McDonald's.
No, we don't.
Burger King.
No, we don't.
KFC.
No, we don't.
Damn.
We do proper Polish, very healthy food.
Wow.
What are your thoughts on Poland?
Wait, that's very healthy? I don't. Well, okay. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That's a full-on glizzy, yeah.
Rome, Italy. Yeah.
Do you feel safer as a woman?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you feel safe in Rome as a woman or Italy? Sorry.
No, not at all.
Why?
Wow.
It's dangerous.
Where are you from? When you compare Rome,
He's going for
which I visited, what do you think about it?
Because it's not safe.
Why is it not safe?
Because we don't feel safe like walking alone at night.
Who are you afraid of at night?
Men.
Which men?
They're clearly trying to bait. We're afraid of the immigrants and the migrants, but they know it and they don't want to say it.
Men in general, or specific types of men who come from different places?
Like men.
Italian?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
What do you think?
No.
Can I ask you?
Here's the thought.
Can we please order in the meanwhile?
Yes, Dave. Can you buy them one?
Thank you.
Should you buy them one? Okay, they don't need it. They can buy their own. Why do you think they feel unsafe in Rome? Let's be honest.
Because of Africans, they are afraid to say something.
So his argument is that African migration to Italy has had an impact increasing the rate in Italy, for example, or in Germany, or in France, or in UK. Would that be accurate? Would you stand on business to that fact?
No. But when we meet like a guy in the street, we don't know if he's Italian, English, Spanish. It's like potentially dangerous.
Okay.
Can I ask you for your, what do you think about Prime Minister Meloni?
Go.
Meloni?
Meloni. She's going to deport people now. What are your thoughts on that?
What do you think?
Good or bad? No trick answer.
Totally bad person.
I don't know who that is.
She's not tolerant. She's racist.
Oh, right.
Racist, she's not tolerant. Oh.
Bro, this guy is so out of pocket. This is crazy. Oh my god, you getting banned from our president? Yes. Dude.
So you don't know who's raping?
Jimmy, I don't understand the question. Like, you're trying to say something?
She doesn't understand the question.
Like, what are you trying to say? This?
Okay, so one more question. Who's gonna win in US? What do you think? It's gonna be Kamala or Trump?
Ooh.
Kamala.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Oh my god. There you go.
Ladies, we support leftists in US. Why they want Kamala to win when they are not happy about safety in Italy because of illegal migration? What the f is going on in their brains?
They said a few words.
He's completely right. I completely agree with him. Absolutely. Yep. 100% because it's people don't want to say the thing that's not popular, right? Yep.
Inclusivity, right? Acceptance, right? I think that's it.
The real acceptance is in Poland.
I'm from Iraq, I'm Kurdish, and it's been 2 years I live in Gdańsk. I study master's.
So what do you do in Poland?
Yeah, I study master's in international business.
So you are from Iraq, moving to Poland to study?
Yep.
Are you legally in Poland?
I'm legally in Poland.
Okay.
My man.
You're very welcome. If Thank you are you very legally, much. you're very welcome. Appreciate it. I watched all of your videos, and I totally support you. I love that you respect your country. I'm also like, are you Christian? I'm an
Catholic.
Oh, interesting.
Welcome, brother.
He switched sides.
Whatever you
Uh-oh.
If you are legally in here, you are very welcome.
Yeah.
I really like that you put Poland and Polish people first before anything else. That, like you said, we have normality here.
Okay. Normality.
We don't have chaos here.
Okay.
You can express your whatever you are. Just don't push your agenda on someone.
Okay.
I'm with my girlfriend, and I
Where
told
is she? Come over. Come over. Is she Polish?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dzień dobry.
Hello.
Mam na imię Emil. Cześć.
you're super. You just get married.
You're very welcome.
There we go.
You see the difference between illegal and legal presence in here.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, have a beautiful night.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Man.
Yeah. She was cherished. She was taken care of.
Uh-huh.
If you want this Hollywood movies, this beautiful stories of love to be real, you will not respect our women. We're gonna take care of you.
Simple.
Jesus.
You can.
And with gratitude and respect.
Pay your taxes, get Polish wife, become a Polish. Be like Poland.
After a night out on the
Oh
safe
my
streets
God.
of Warsaw, Dominique took me to Poland's border they share with Belarus to show me a project they've spent $2.5 billion on to help.
So why couldn't we do this? So, yeah, what the fuck?
Keep
Hey.
Poland Polish. So we're here. This place looks brand new. They're not messing around. They're
Yeah.
strapped. They got camouflage. They got big guns. They're not here smiling. They're here straight-faced. Who are you? Why are you here? So luckily we have the clearance. We should be good to go through. Let's see how big and bad this wall is. They're not messing around.
Holy shit.
Okay, that seemed intense. They did not play around.
No jokes.
Did they know who you were?
Yes, they know, but the procedure is procedure, and I respect that.
Yeah.
This is the border of European Union with Belarus. We are the ones with this border, so we are protecting the whole Europe.
How new is this?
Well, the wall.
They're
was
keeping
built
them out.
very fast. I must say, when
Jesus.
first attempts, look, soldiers all the way through, but don't record them.
Okay.
Don't record them.
Point it out myself. This is a training camp. This is home. What is this? They live here?
Well, when they have a service night, they have a place to change and prepare and this and that.
It's a lot of them. Our border was not ready for that. But what we did, we reacted straight away. We built the wall. You're going to see the wall in a minute.
After the murder of the guard?
No, that was beforehand. When the whole madness started in Europe, our government decided, okay, that's enough. We're not taking all this crap. We're going to build the wall.
So how exactly are they sending the refugees or the illegal migrants?
What they do, they invite them to Russia.
Okay.
They are getting tourist visa. They pay for it. Then they are transported from Moscow or other places in Russia to Belarus and then to the border, Polish border.
And I've seen some TikTok videos of people trying to break through the wall.
Well, yes, they try every single night. Sure. It's not like
they're trying to dig a hole. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like this, really, like this kind of sucks. I mean. Yeah, that's not so good. They try, yeah.
It's not like you don't have to protect it. You do have to protect it.
Okay.
Let's park here and
they didn't even try, yeah. That's a shitty hole.
Looks peaceful out here. What time do people start trying to break into the wall?
Every night about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Bro, this is like Minecraft or like Valheim or something where it's like at nighttime you have like the hostile NPCs come and try to attack your base. Like, it's just crazy, Rust, yes. Oh my god.
When they trying to cross the border, they know that this is the best time. Oh, you can see soldiers now. You can see some guys.
He's aware of our presence. He's on guard.
You just said that it's very peaceful.
Sure.
It is peaceful. It took us 30 seconds to have a soldier reacting for someone's presence. Nie przekraczamy, mamy...
Mógł mi pan przypomnieć, jak się pan nazywa?
Dominik Tarczyński.
Does he know you?
Yes, but you have to say your name. There's no jokes. That's why I think they're professional. They know their job.
A to trzeba mieć zakrytą, tak?
No lepiej by było, bo to też dla powszechnego spokoju, nie? Że oni później nagrywają...
They got the whole wall right there.
Right?
Tak, nie wiadomo, kto się wczaił.
I'm surprised they don't have drones doing that, actually.
He says if we don't have the masks, for us it's not good to be there because they are recording Russians and Belarusians. They want to know who's into the subject, who's interested in the border protection. So for our own safety, we don't have a mask. We shouldn't enter because it's not safe. It's a war. It's not a joke.
So we'd be in the database.
Yeah.
And is this largely contested right here? Are people trying to go through this?
Right. That's
shorter, much shorter compared to this.
And it was thousands of them.
Thousands
of them in one day. They're trying to force Polish border, and they lost. Okay. We stopped them. It was, I don't know, maybe 10,000 of them. A lot. So a lot of things going on at the moment.
Look at that. There's clothes right there. People are trying to get over this.
Oh my god.
Straight away. So I'm proud to be here to see this soldiers and to see their service.
And they kept them all out too. Holy shit.
To see the wall.
They kill them?
Because
probably
when
not.
I see the wall, I do understand that this is for
there's
my
plenty
future
of people
children,
that got hurt.
for my future wife, for my future family. I would say to every single leftist, if you don't believe that this is war, come and see. Come and see.
Let's say I'm from Syria. I want to go through this wall. I break through the wall. What happens to me next?
You're killed. Dead.
Shot.
You will die like a dog.
Jesus. Oh my god, he said we're just gonna shoot you. Holy fuck. It's fair warning, yeah?
You can hear now.
What is that? Belarus?
Yeah. You can hear them. Yeah.
You can hear them.
It's a speaker or people?
No, the people. They're in the groups. They communicate as well. They're very well organized.
Bro, it's like a survival game.
I think they're
in the trees.
Trained, paid, obviously. They are not just simple people.
Like mercenary groups?
Oh yes. You can tell that Russia pays well to destabilize like Poland and other countries. They want us to spend money on this rather than around healthcare or anything else. One of their colleagues was killed just from this kind of distance.
Yeah.
He with the spear.
With a spear.
Yes, so it's not safe for us to be here because
that's
it's just
a spear,
a moment, and you might be dead.
So basically, this was a news story a while ago. A Polish guard got killed by a migrant or a refugee with a spear. Yeah. Like an actual, like, and this isn't like, this is in the year, not a few months, like, this isn't in the year, like, 800. This is, like, a few months ago.
o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's like this
4
year.
o'clock in the morning. The war starts every night. Every night.
And then we hopped in the car to visit another part of Poland's border deep in the forest. That used to be a completely weak border just a few years ago.
A little bit creepy out here.
You wanted to come and see.
Yeah.
And this is reality.
Sure. Keeping our eyes peeled to see if we see anyone in the forest. It's not impossible to get through the wall, but it's highly unlikely given the amount of security here.
Yeah.
I thought this would be a little bit more lax, like some parts of the southern border in the U.S. This is not relaxed.
This is war. This is completely actual war.
We made it. We'll hop out so you can see, but this wall is in the middle of the forest. The road is not even paved, just to emphasize how rural this location is.
We had to do it in the middle of the forest.
Yeah.
There was no infrastructure.
Sure.
Because that is a green border.
Yeah.
So
okay, so we see soldiers already.
We can see the border actually as it is. Look how long it is.
Yeah. And not only that, we have barbed wall.
That's a
and then
massive
another wall,
fucking
double
wall. Holy
And
shit.
Soldiers, right? So that's very important.
Oh my god.
Fully masked up with their faces
That's
too.
huge.
They are recorded by Russian, so they don't want.
What's this here? Could this be Russia sending migrants here on purpose to try to strengthen right talking points, similar to how Putin endorsed Kamala? I mean, I don't know. It depends. Like, I think that's a good point. There's definitely a possibility that could happen. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, they could be doing it for like 3 or 4 different reasons. I think that like with doing something like this it's something that can serve multiple purposes.
And there's cameras in the forest right now?
Yeah, does it matter? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Exactly.
Recording soldiers. That's right. That's right. So day in, day out, they're watching these walls.
They're probably gonna ask who are we.
Sure. Fair question. All those cameras right there. Massive surveillance. Hi.
Everyone who died because of the terrorists in Europe is because your lack of decisions, lack of bravery, political correctness. You are responsible. Leftists are responsible for chaos in Europe, and they think they fight us, Republicans, conservatives. You're not fighting us. You're fighting with your own nations. We are protecting our own nations, and this is the proof. Can you hear that?
Whoa!
They're throwing stuff. They're throwing stuff.
We heard it. I heard a rock.
Yeah.
Should we say hi?
I don't know. They're throwing rocks.
Why?
Because they behave like animals. Unfortunately, they don't behave.
What's so crazy about this is like this guy is just so raw with it. He just explains it like he's like, yeah, why are they doing it? Because they're animals. Like that's why it's what they do. That's it. Holy shit. Yeah, no filter at all. It's I think it's like it's like a shock to hear somebody it's like not filtered at all, especially after listening to like people that kind of talk around it. Oh, well, this isn't really what we think, etc. Right? Uncensored, yeah.
Like civilized people. You can see on the video.
This long?
They can easily that like long spear. It's like on the video when our soldier was killed. It's easy for them to throw it and kill you.
Let's get out of here. If you can't hear it on the mic, they're throwing rocks right now. People do want to get in. The question is, when will they try and how will they be punished? Let's get out of here, yeah?
After seeing the symbol of Poland's defiance against the EU's push towards diversity, open borders, and economic opportunity for those less fortunate from countries that are culturally dissimilar, I met up with Dominique in Brussels to see where Europe's elite politicians meet and decide the fate of an entire continent.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's go. I'll show you how we do it.
Amazing. What's the current split between liberals and conservatives in parliament right now?
It's about 100 conservatives on 720 MEPs. So it's not much, but I think it's better to be a strong, small group rather than a massive. You know the story of 300.
Sure. It's us. What are your thoughts on the...
This guy is great. It's like we're the 300. Oh my god. This is amazing.
The EU
in
general.
I don't like it.
What are your thoughts on Brussels?
I don't like it at all. I tell you why. Again, I'm trying to be very objective, but I cannot be blind on statistics. Rapes, killings, stealings, stabbings. We don't have it in Poland.
Sure.
And when you see official data from here, from Eurostat, you see how Poland great is.
What is this? Wait, hold up.
And when you see official data from here, from Eurostat.
Poland's food prices are Europe's lowest. Okay. Yeah, now we got a graph. Share of people reporting crime, violence, or vandalism. And Poland is... where is Poland? Let me see. I can... Oh, damn, it's all the way down here, 4.4. Damn. Yeah, that's way less. Holy shit.
Greatest.
That's 2018 though?
But then,
yeah.
when we are trying to tell
it
them
could be
what is
worse
the
now.
reason of all this, they don't want to listen. They think that they're better, smarter, and now, yeah.
How large of a check would I have to write to buy you out?
You don't have this kind of money. You see, the difference between me and the rest is that I don't need sponsors. I don't need it. That's why they don't own me. That's why I can say what I think and what I believe. This is what they're afraid of. The voice of the people.
Oh, this is it?
This is it.
If we pop in?
Yes, it's closed, right? Okay, so this is the place.
Oh, there it is.
Votes, and this is the place where we have speeches. We have 2 buildings. This is the machines for voting.
Okay. What will it take to make Europe great again, in your opinion?
To go back to the roots, Roman law, Greek philosophy, Christianity, not only as a faith, but also as a culture, as the way of living, mentality, art, music, everything. That's why I think Roman law, Greek philosophers, and what we had, not only last century, but throughout century, is great. I want to raise my future children as a Christians. So when you see attacks,
I've never been like a huge religion enjoyer, you know, but everything else I can kind of agree with.
You see attacks on Christianity, mainly on Catholics.
In 20 years, how do you think Europe will look like at this rate?
It's going to be very, very bad. It's not going to change for better. I think it will be more killings, more stabbings, more terrorist attacks, more wokeness, unless most of the nations will change their governments. So, please God, they will wake up. But the change will start if Donald Trump wins in US. Because whatever happens in US, it happens in Europe 6 or 10 months later.
Do you think we'll see walls like what we saw in Poland and other?
I don't know really. I mean, is that really true? Like Donald Trump winning? I'm not sure. Yeah.
European
I don't know about that.
It's a matter of time. Yeah, 100%. The final word to the viewers and to you would be always remember who you are. Be proud of who you are. Do not be afraid. Be brave. Fight and make your life great.
I know this is a tough one. Dominic, are you single?
Yes, I am. Why?
I don't know. I'm sure some viewers might be curious.
What kind of question is that?
Come on, you gotta think about family, no?
Yeah.
I am single, so. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Be like Poland.
Be like Poland. Be brave. Cheers.
Bye, Dominic.
Bye.
Wow. I'm gonna be honest. When I heard about this,
let's say I want to go.
I thought this was gonna be like, I thought this was clickbait. I was like, oh, there's no way they actually are doing this. This is, yeah, I'll link you guys the video. Yeah, this guy's weird. I've watched Tyler's videos a lot. I think this one's really good. Oh my God. Fuck, I missed it. Yeah, I know a lot of people want me to watch that. It is? I mean, I don't know. Poland's base as fuck? I guess so, man. Video's pretty good. Yeah, this guy does great documentaries. I've watched a few of them myself already. He's far right, hypocrite, politic, represents party. We're soloing visas to third country, flew a lot of illegal immigrants to EU and US. I don't know about that. We primarily use religion as a society bonding instrument as the background of morals. No, I understand. I understand that whole idea. I just am not a huge fan of religion. I think it's like, it's just too, I don't know, like it's too unpredictable, especially with like the way that people can interpret it. I think that's true with like Islam, it's true with Christianity, it's true with Judaism, I don't know about Hinduism, I'm just not really sure. But like, I know with like our 3 main like, you know, religions, like, yeah, I feel like there's like people that are part of all of those religions, obviously, and I think it's actually the majority of people that are like totally normal. But the problem is that there's enough people that can take that like ideology and then turn it into a weapon, right? And so that's what's scary. And to be fair, I mean, like atheism, it's not perfect either. So I'm not saying like, but I do think that like with atheism, a lot of the people that are like evil, that are atheists, are not doing it because they're atheist. Whereas I think a lot of the religious people are doing it because they're religious. You know, they do it for a religious reason. But that's just my opinion. As I said, I'm not really a big religion guy. I generally respect it. right? I generally do. There are some things like I just don't believe. I think it's kind of crazy for some of the things that these people believe. But you know, I try to let people live and let live as long as they do the same. They call freedom far right. They call speech far right. Yeah, I don't really think like, I mean, you don't have fanatic atheists. Not really, right? I mean, yeah. They do it because they're nihilists, and they're nihilists because they're atheists. I don't know about that. I think it really depends. I think some cases you're right. Bad people don't need a religion to do a bad thing. Yeah, but a religion certainly makes it easier to feel good about doing the bad thing. I think that's definitely true. It's still based on moral superiority. Some atheists think they're better than religious people. Absolutely. 100% they do. Yes, I know that. There's a whole website dedicated to that. It's called Reddit. Yeah, does it make religion bad, though? I mean, I think for, like, look. I understand the logic and the reasoning that people have with thinking that religion is good. I get it, but it's just not something I'm a big fan of, right? That's all. I mean, we could talk about it 50 times, but that's really it. You don't know? Yeah. One said friend and family, what do you call it? That remain Christians were doing better than non-Christians. Yeah, but that's like super, like, just, like, this is like a sample size of 6 people, you know, 10 people, right? But, yeah, anyway, this is pretty crazy to see. They built this whole wall. They'll actually shoot people if they come over. Oh, my God. They threw a spear over there. And, like, I think that also there's a big component to this that's focused on, it seems like a lot of this is a response to what they believe is, like, Russian proxy aggression, I think. Where it's like Russia is sending over immigrants to destabilize Poland. So it's actually not even entirely against the immigrants themselves. It's more or less like against Russia by proxy. So yeah, it's hybrid war. No, that's what I'm saying, right? He did what Trump couldn't. He built an actual wall. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know how long they had this or anything like that. Maybe Russia just lets them through instead of turning them away at the border because it's not Russia's job to safeguard EU's border. Maybe you're right. Yeah, it's very hard to say. I don't know. Not really. Shooting is the worst case scenario and doesn't really happen. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Like, what I would assume is that the... And I probably don't know what I'm talking about, right? But, like, I'm just guessing, like, if I logic this out, that there is a policy that the Border Patrol agents can shoot people as, like, a last resort, but they're probably not supposed to do that unless, like, their lives are, like, in immediate danger, right? So it's like, yes, you can shoot them, but realistically, you're not supposed to unless it's, like, a fucking life and death situation. I'm sure the rest of the time, they probably just, like, spray them with, like, mace or pepper spray or the water, like those hoses, etc. That's kind of what I would expect. We just 2 months ago, a bill still going to shoot people that attack them if they cross the border. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? They killed 20 in 2023. I don't know. Just a minute, somebody's spamming. Law changed before the soldier shot to protect his life and changed to when he can shoot to protect territorial integrity. Yeah, I mean, I think that probably it just depends on how they're, like, expected to exercise that rule, right? Belarus chatter fights Middle East, bring him to the country, then takes him to the border at gunpoint. Yeah, basically, well, I understand, like, this is kind of what it seems like he's saying. He's saying that, you know, it's like, why would he want to take people from, like, other random countries like Afghanistan if it's not a bordering country? Yeah, of course that's going to make sense. And I think it's very fair for him to say, like, well, why isn't Qatar taking them? Why aren't these other countries taking them? Why do we have to take them? I think he's right. Yeah, why? Yeah, what is that? Can we speak on why girls felt unsafe in Italy, but they felt safe in Poland? Well, I mean, probably there's a lot of reasons. Like, having a bunch of migrants there probably doesn't help. I don't know what the other reasons are. I don't know what Italy's like. Like, it could be a completely different culture over there as well. I have no idea. Italy has Italians? I have no idea. But I could easily see it being because of migrants, too. Like, I'm sure that's a factor. I just don't know how big of a factor that is, like, in actuality. Is actual Russian tactic to try and flood borders with migrants to cause chaos? Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea, right? It's a good strategy. Also, Italian men are pretty aggressive and macho? Maybe. Like, yeah, I really just don't know that. I mean, I think, like, obviously that's a stereotype, so you can't really say for sure. Polish soldiers couldn't use lethal weapons until the summer? Yeah, I get it. UN document for replacement migration to replace local population? I don't know about the UN. Like, I haven't seen that. I have no idea. He's right considering the outcomes. Most political correctness only cares about immediate satisfaction of allowing everyone in blindly, then blaming the later outcome on the other side. Yeah, I mean, my perspective on all this is, like, I don't think that any country has, like, an obligation to let anybody else into their country. Like, I mean, unless you have, like, a treaty with another country, like, obviously if you treaty with them, like, then, yeah, you do have an obligation because you did that. But, like, as a baseline, no, you don't. Absolutely not. Illegal, legal, migrant, refugee, you don't have any obligation to do that. And I think the only obligation the countries have is to, you know, work in the best interest of the people. That's it. Glad someone's doing the work and actually listen to populace. The idea of migration is pretty new. And in old times, you couldn't even leave your village without a pass. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, it's... I think also there's, like, a big problem that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that... And I think it's a very politically incorrect thing to acknowledge, that there are a lot of cultures out there that I think are pretty much inferior cultures. And, I mean, these are cultures where, like, people get, like... You know, like, somebody gets raped and then, like, people beat them to death. You know, people getting put to death for, like, being homosexual, stuff like that. I don't believe in, like, there's... Like, if I go to their culture, I'll respect their culture because I'm in their house. But if you want me to say, like, which one do I think is better? Ours is better. You know, it is. It's a lot better. Say it's murderous? Yeah, exactly. And so... I think if you take a bunch of people from that culture and you put them somewhere else, they're probably going to create the same culture. It's just what would happen, right? Logically. That's Poland. Guys are anti-gay, by the way. Oh, sure. I mean, like, but that's... I'm sure they're probably not, like, stringing people up and, you know, stoning them to death, right? Yeah, EU fines Poland up to $22,000 for every not accepted immigrant. Yeah, I did see that. Do you think a country should have an obligation to accept migrants if they're directly responsible for issues in a country forcing them to move? No. Because, like, why would... Like, who cares? Yeah, like, who decides that? That's the thing, right? Is, like, who decides whether they're directly responsible or not? Well, I guarantee you it's not going to be that country. I'll read a few more of these. You're brain deaf? You want to move to the country that fucked yours up? I don't know. There's a huge scandal. Was Poland where they were selling visas. They let everybody in, no matter if they were terrorists or not. Also saying killing migrants in Poland is manipulation. I have no idea. USA causing immigrants in a lot of countries. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm Polish. I 100% support legal migration. If someone comes here legally, doesn't cause issues, doesn't have a criminal record, finds a job, they're 100% welcome to stay. I think that's the opinion of most people, is that as long as you assimilate into the culture and you don't cause issues, then people are going to be okay with you. Like, you know, another example of that is PewDiePie, you know, moving to Japan and living in Japan. I think that really this is a generally understood issue where, like, people don't really care about this unless you make them care about it. Does that funny to see a difference in populace reacting to building a border wall between America and Poland? I don't know. I feel like, at least for my chat, a lot of people that are my viewers are also wall enjoyers for here too. Yeah, I feel like they probably think the same thing. So, yeah, I mean, because I've talked about this before, and so, yeah, I don't think there's really a big difference. You said you're a classic WoW, Andy? Yeah, I guess so. Humans are tribal, they'll always be the others. Well, there are others, right? I mean, the people are different. Poland's one of the very few countries that paid the GDP thing without being nagged by Trump. Yeah, I don't know. Hungary is getting fined $1 million a day for not taking in immigrants. man, I'm like, I guess we have our problems, right? But like, that's it. That sounds really stupid. Yeah, it sounds dumb as hell. Nicole's great again. Yeah, clearly. Well, I've got to, as I said yesterday, I've got a wedding that I'm gonna go to like pretty soon, and so I'm gonna get ready and probably do that, and I'll be back on tomorrow. And the plan tomorrow.
Welcome, everybody, to episode 232 of The China Show. We're going to jump right into it today.
Not yet. Not yet.
Why
we have
not?
a tradition. We always shout out the area code. That is our episode number. You know what's funny is that somebody said it's going to be 7 years until their area code gets shouted out. Because today's area code is shout out to the 232, which is not a U.S. area code. It is the country code of Sierra Leone in Africa.
Interesting.
So
Yes.
shout out to our Sierra Leoneans watching this stream.
Excellent. Anyway, we're going to get right into it. We've got a lot to cover today. There's been a lot happening in China over the past week, which we'll share with you. And we've got a couple of burning questions that are going to be answered today, such as what color is Sea Milk's jacket really? But we'll get into that later. So let's saunter right into it with what's new, everybody. This is where we talk about what's new with China. And, well, we thought we'd just show you a wedding tradition to start things off.
Tradition.
Yes. Well, you know, part of Chinese wedding tradition, and you've taken part in this kind of thing too, right?
For
So
sure.
have I. Is when the groom goes to meet the bride on the day, there's always this crazy tradition, at least down south, of having to break in. So, you know, like the bride's family and the bridesmaids will lock the doors, lock the gates, whatever, into the house where the bride lives, you know, her parents' home. And so you and the bridesmen have to like break in, sort of like smash the door down or figure out a way to get in.
Yes, and in fact, we did an entire breakdown of every, what's it called?
Tradition?
Version of this, like weird Chinese wedding traditions on patreon.com/ADV podcasts.
Yes, we did.
And that is where you'd find that episode. It's on our Patreon show. It's every Monday.
Yeah, anyway, that aside, if we take a look at what's going on here, there's a gate. It's been locked. And so the groom's best men and the groom are trying to get in. Let's see what happens. Let's do it, guys.
We're getting in.
Let's do it.
Me and the boys are breaking this one down.
Okay, so nobody got hurt.
Yes.
Thankfully. But yes, unfortunately, when you take wedding traditions and combine them with tofu dreg construction, this is the kind of thing that happens.
I like how you call this a tradition. The tradition is to knock down a tofu drag pillar.
Well, no, to get inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you might wonder why these things fall down a lot, and it's quite simple. Especially in the more rural places, I've watched guys assemble things, and they don't use anything to reinforce. So you know, normally when you build a brick wall, you'll use something called brick force, you know, or some kind of wire mesh or some kind of a reinforcement in it. You know, if you make concrete, you use rebar. But when you're out in the rural areas, they just basically take some bricks and throw a bit of mortar on there, and that call it a
Or
day.
you just get some quickcrete.
Yeah,
and
that
you're
type
done.
of thing. Yeah.
No reinforcement, no rebar.
Or you just pile them on top of each other and call it a day.
Or you paint quickcrete on the outside of cardboard, as we have seen.
Yes, that happens too. Anyway, let's get on with the show. Yeah. So let's go with our week in review. So this is the September 25th. So this is the very edge of our week in review.
Yes.
At the Qiantang River. What's going to happen?
Let's see.
This is actually quite an awesome shot.
It is.
Yeah.
Lots of flooding in both America and China right now.
Yes.
So we feel very bad for all the victims of this. It's been terrible.
Yeah, but nobody got swept away here.
No, it's just,
Okay,
this is just more of a cool shot.
Again, It's the idea of when a river is swelling in China, when there's some kind of heavy downfall or there's been some kind of thing, don't hang around the banks of a river.
Probably not.
It's a bad idea. Yeah. I like the guy who balances.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
He's like awesome. He didn't even get wet.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the reason we're showing you this fire, this is a fire from a little while ago. We did report on it, right? This was the Transportation Bureau?
Yeah, in Hubei, I believe.
In Hubei. And this was set on fire deliberately.
Hebei,
so Hubei.
Yeah.
Hubei, you know, river, lake, you know how it goes. Anyway, this was set on fire, and we did report on this, but... You can take the volume down. There have been an incredible amount of fires this past week and explosions in China. And, you know, as we were preparing for the show, we were having a discussion and we were saying, you know what, if a government building in, say, the UK or the United States burnt down, you'd probably hear about it in the news.
Yeah, a massive government building.
Yes, I'm just saying. Or if there was some kind of huge explosion in a neighborhood.
Yeah.
It would probably make international news. In fact, it always does.
Yeah.
One thing happens in America, like a train gets derailed or something, it's international news all over the world.
For months.
Yeah. But in China, every week, and you can attest to that if you watch our show, every week there are massive explosions, buildings, you know, crumbling down, all these things, but it's never reported on and it's never talked about. And
yes.
Do you think it's just because it happens so often that people just don't see it as being interesting?
I don't know at this point. I really don't know.
We absolutely know that the censorship has a lot to do with it. Because China's propaganda machine is always out there to say, look how much better China is than the rest of the world. So when things are blowing up and burning down all the time, it's not a very good look.
True.
Because you're always like, look at the New York subway, so run down. Look at our brand new subways. But then when those subways get flooded and all the people drown inside, they don't tell you about that part.
Yeah, it's only
you know what I mean? They're like, but look, there's homeless people in the U.S.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Special report.
Yeah, special report.
Special report, America Bad. What is that called?
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
America Bad Party, America Bad.
That is too loud. Anyway, let's get back to this whole thing. So on September 27th in Wuhan, Hubei, you know, Wuhan seems to be having a lot of issues these days.
I would say for years now.
Yes. Yeah. See what happened there. Now, this is actually, I find this kind of funny. I do.
Explain yourself.
Okay, all right, here's the thing. First of all, I saw this being shared around as an EV fire. It's not an EV fire. This is a normal internal combustion engine.
Ice car.
Ice car, yes.
Anything but.
Anything but ice. But this is what's funny is the police pulled over this car for driving badly. Okay? And then it caught fire.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see it's a car that's on fire there. So they pulled this car over, and we can see it quite clearly there. So the cops, they've got their little station set up, and remember, in China, the police don't do traffic pursuit.
That's right.
Like, if there's somebody driving recklessly or something, they won't chase after them. They don't pull them over. What they'll do is, it's all on camera, they'll go arrest the guy later at home, or they'll send him fines in the mail or something. But what they do is set up roadblocks, and that's when they pull people over at roadblocks, which is what's happening here. See, they've got their nice little sunshade on the road there so they don't get sunburned while they're waiting, and they're waving cars over. So they wave this car over for driving recklessly. It then catches fire. But my favorite part is that it caught the police cars on fire.
Yeah.
So
that's what...
you know, I find that amusing.
Sure, as long as no one is hurt.
No, nobody was hurt. Don't worry. Okay. I wouldn't be amused if anyone was hurt. But like, you can see the traffic cops running around in panic. You know what? Probably shouldn't have pulled that guy over. Probably should have just let him do his thing.
He was hot.
Exactly. But yeah, you can see there goes the police car.
Those flames are golfing.
Dude, yeah, that's crazy.
That's a rich, it's a rich tone of fire.
It really is. Yeah.
That is a beautiful hue of fire.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway.
That's like hellfire.
Mm-hmm. I just love how great for the environment this is. You know, they can see it from another angle.
As if China needed more pollution.
Yeah, exactly. Also, notice all the flags on the roads, guys. It's National Day. It's just been National Day, the 1st, in China. Yep. So there's been a long lead up to this. We'll talk about it a little later. But of course, it's the 75th founding of the Communist Party of China. So You know, China says they've got 5,000 years of history. Sometimes they say 6,000. I don't know. They keep going up and up. It's just random.
It always goes up.
Yeah. The real truth of it is that China, as it is today, only has 75 years of history. And the reason for that is Mao Zedong destroyed all of China's history. Like, they burned all the books, they smashed down the temples, they destroyed the museums. There's nothing left. So it started from scratch. So China, as it stands today, only has 75 years of history.
Very modern country.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look what happened on September 28th, Zhejiang in China. What happened here? You got it in the notes?
I do.
Yeah.
So this was
a factory.
This is Zhejiang, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is our Zhejiang fire. This is pretty wild.
Yeah.
Because this one was like this one came with some explosions, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, look at the scale of that fire.
It's absolutely insane, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pull it up here. You can look at it first.
Sure. Again, wonderful for the environment, what's going on here. I'll go back to that footage while you still dig around in your notes. Find it yet?
I have October 2nd. Sorry, what day was this?
This is the Zhejiang on the 28th.
28th. I don't know if I have that in there.
I definitely gave you the notes.
Yeah. Well, it's a big fire in Zhejiang, that's for sure.
No SHYT.
Don't you dare. I can pull it up. You go to the next one.
Okay.
We'll come back to it.
Massive fire, obviously. Big whole factory burned down.
Yes.
As you can see, which is no small thing.
It was. I can just. You know what I'll do is I'll actually just look at the.
Yeah, we can just read that. Again, they didn't report any casualties, but then again, like I think maybe 3 people got injured.
Yeah, I was trying to remember it because I had in the notes about that. There was like 3 injuries, I believe. You can go back to it. I'll just read. Can you put it on the Chinese bar? I'll just read it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can see that it's like 3 hours.
Yeah. So the fire was going for at least 3 hours. Is in Ningbo in China. So it's a factory. Ningbo is where a lot of factories and the port is, where a lot of your stuff comes from, actually. And firefighters went on the scene to put it out. That's all it says. So it's some sort of factory. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was a factory of one of China's biggest convenience stores. If I'm not mistaken.
Right.
But one of China's biggest, like, making like a convenience store, like one of those small shops, but they make
like the mini
a big chain.
Yeah. You know? One thing I just want to reiterate: the size of that factory is massive.
Yes.
So it's kind of like if I don't know, think of a big factory if a Sony building burned down, like a Sony headquarters burned down or something. You'd hear about it, but not in China. They just block that stuff.
Yeah.
Let's
like
move
a
on.
Walmart factory
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
exactly. It's if the Walmart head office burnt down or something.
Something like that.
Yeah. So anyway, September 29th on someone's wrist in China.
This happened on someone's wrist. Hopefully their wrist is okay.
Yeah.
Some sort of smartwatch. We've had a couple smartwatch foibles recently in our shows.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the person there tells you the brand of what it is. But here's the thing. That is the leading brand in China, as we all know. The kidnapped Canadians, that brand. But all of these cheap smartwatches and things you do get that you buy on Amazon or you buy like in a little flea market or something, you've got to be very careful because they all have risk of fire and, smoking and exploding and so on because of the lithium-ion batteries. So just remember, when you're buying something for your kid, I would personally stay away from some kind of a cheap Chinese smartwatch just because the quality control isn't there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, it can't be with that price, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you buy off like one of those TimuShineWish.org, type things, Where is Jeff, by the way? Hey, where is Jeff?
Oh, Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh, he's off taking a Timu.
Sorry. Anyway, let's carry on. I don't know if that worked this time. So anyway, be wary. Okay, what's happening next in this week in review? September 30th.
In Anhui.
Anhui, right?
So what? This is quite an action-packed week, by the way.
Yes, I'd say. This man, who is a butcher, and by the way, don't be shocked by this. This is very normal the way meat is sold in China. It's always sold open air, room temperature. So you know, you get a table, you throw your cuts of meat on it, people come and they can actually touch and feel it, because that's, and I'm not trying to sound weird or anything, that's a big part of the buying process in China.
Yes.
Is the aunties and the uncles will go there and like pick it up and be like, yes, this is tender enough or whatever, and that type of thing. So
You're absolutely right.
it's just the way it is.
It's the way it is.
It's kind of very shocking if you're not from China.
Yes.
Or countries that do this.
So a lot of the markets don't use refrigeration.
Yeah, no,
In
in fact, all of them.
Yeah, but
every single wet market.
I don't want people to be confused. Supermarkets do.
Yes.
But these outdoor markets, these wet markets, these markets where you go buy the fresh stuff in China that everyone always goes crazy about.
Yes,
It's like, oh, that's why China's better. It's always covered in flies. It's room temperature, and this meat sits out for hours, right?
Yeah, it sits out until it's sold, basically.
Yeah, so we have seen it. They'll be just absolutely. You can imagine flies are going to rush to warm meat to lay their eggs. Right?
Yes, yes.
And they do. And this guy's had enough.
Yeah, so, you know, what I find funny is a lot of these stalls, they have fans, but it's not for cooling. It's
No,
they
it's to
attach
keep
like
flies
pieces
out.
of plastic to it and stuff. So,
It's like-
yeah, like whips around
Yeah.
like, you know, like an Australian's hat with corks.
Yes.
That type of thing.
Yes.
Anyway, so this guy's like, enough with the flies. So he's got insecticide and he's spraying it all over his meat.
He's spraying the raw, warm meat with bug spray.
insecticide, Yes. I
And
mean,
it's not preventative bug spray. It's bug spray, kill bugs.
yeah, it's like raid. You know,
Yes,
that's
it's
like,
like raid.
kill insects fast, you know. I'm just saying, like, it just gets worse, though. you
Bro's
know
on
what
a
I mean?
bug raid.
Yeah,
is
it
that
is.
raid?
It's
said,
raid.
Said Donald.
Yeah, so, you know, the people that filmed this, if you can hear the Chinese, they're basically saying, like, what the heck's going on here? That can't be healthy. Because now you got warm room temperature meat that's soaked in insecticide in raid.
You're going to have to wash your meat with soap at home to get rid of this. If
But
it has not,
it's soaked in.
you do not want to be eating DDT.
No, but I mean, it's not even DDT. It's just insecticide. Like, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, it could have. Oh, yeah, because that's repellent.
Yeah, DDT is like what they
Yeah,
use
this
at
is just like-
farms or
this
whatever.
is like
back in the
cockroach
50s
spray.
and gave people birth defects or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is bad, man. Like, I'm just thinking about it. The warning labels on those insect sprays, it's like, do not ingest. If
Yeah.
ingested, you know, call your poison control,
Poison
or
control
something.
center. Don't inhale. Don't get it in your eyes. Don't get it on your skin. Bro's putting it on raw meat.
He's like, yeah, that's it. I'm done. Get out of here. No more flies.
That, you know how easy it would be to taste that too? Like, you would take that home and you'd be like, I'm never going to that meat shop again.
Yeah, I mean, depends. Like, if you cook it, it might take the taste away.
I highly doubt it's going to taste good.
Okay. Before we continue, everybody, we have a little bit of a word for all of you out there. Let's get our volume
You know
up.
when you discover a new binge-worthy show or a song that you bump on repeat and you just have to share it with your friends so that they can experience just how awesome it is?
That's kind of what it feels like when you discover that Mint Mobile offers premium wireless for $15 a month when you purchase a 3-month plan.
It's such an awesome deal. There's no way you can keep it to yourself. Let's be honest. $15 a month for unlimited wireless is pretty insane. I could definitely recommend it to all my friends and family, especially people that are looking out to save some money on their wireless bill.
Yeah, when my sister came to visit, I actually set it up for her, and she could actually activate it already in South Africa. So by the time she landed here, it worked perfectly fine.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Friends don't let friends overpay for wireless. Say bye-bye to your overpriced wireless plan and switch to Mint Mobile.
Mint Mobile is here to rescue you and your squad with premium wireless plans starting at $15 a month.
All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network.
Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and bring your phone number along with all your existing contacts.
Ditch overpriced wireless with Mint Mobile's deal and get 3 months of premium wireless service for $15 a month.
To get this new customer offer and your new 3-month premium wireless plan for just $15 a month, go to mintmobile.com/ADV.
That's mintmobile.com/ADV.
Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/ADV.
$45 upfront payment required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customers on the first 3-month plan only. Speed slower above 40 gigabytes on unlimited plan. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply. See Mint Mobile for detail.
Yeah, okay, we're back.
September 30th.
Now September 30th.
This is somewhere.
In China.
Somewhere over in Zhongguo.
Exactly. Yeah, what happened?
Let's have a look. I bet it's something serious. Oh, it is. Crap.
Yes, take a look.
I thought it might be something fun. We couldn't figure out where this was, but it's definitely in China.
Yeah.
I was just driving along my automobile. Oh my goodness, it's a rogue crane.
That, by the way, was very close.
Yeah.
It always makes me happy when you see these things happen and no one gets hurt.
Yes, that's my favorite kind.
Yeah. But
Because you still get to see cool shit fall down.
Yes.
But no one gets hurt.
But here's the thing, guys. Like, that's very dangerous. If that had fallen on a school bus or on a couple of bicycles or someone was having a picnic in the middle of the road,
If it landed on a couple bicycles, that'd be a problem. Now the bicyclists.
Yes.
Now that's the issue.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I normally, like a cyclist and a bicycle, they're one thing. Yeah. They mold together. You just see them. It's just like
they eventually just become.
It's just an entity. Yes.
Like a homunculus.
Yeah,
or whatever.
exactly. But in all seriousness, this is a huge problem around China. Is the quality control, and when it comes to safety standards. If you are on a construction site, you will make sure, if you're the foreman or you're the yardman or whatever you call the guy.
the George foreman.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be there and you're not going to have a grill. What you're going to do
Thank
is,
you for continuing the joke.
You're going to be there and you're going to make sure that the construction equipment is properly set up to standard.
Absolutely. You've definitely missed a laugh track there.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Here's the problem with China is that because of the slipshod manner in which construction happens in the housing market, the crazy housing market, they just have to pump these things out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of shortcuts done. So in a normal world, in the first world, what you would do is when a crane is set up, it'll have an inspector that goes there and ensures that it's set up correctly, that it's anchored properly and all of that. And before work even begins, you're going to be checking off a list of safety. In China, they're like, we got to get this done, go put it up and use it. Yes, exactly. Anyway, okay, the thing is, okay, it's very, very, very important that you check these things out.
Yeah.
But because it takes time, and now you have to pay an inspector and all that, they just do away with that. Yeah, exactly.
Where was that? Inspector Gadget, where was that from? What country?
America, I'm pretty sure.
Was it? Oh, okay. It always looked kind of foreign to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We forgot to point out the sky don't lie.
Actually, you know what?
What?
You can probably do an enhance here. I
Okay.
actually see someone going for a jog. Just missed him.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Let's see. Where is that guy? I just see
Zoom
him.
in there. See it?
You'll follow me, okay?
There he
Yeah,
was.
yeah. You found him. You absolutely did. All right. Let's get back to it. So that happened. Let's
Yes.
move on.
A lot of destruction this week, guys. We apologize, but this is it's been a wild week from China.
Absolutely.
Actually, just Sean Rice earlier in the comments in the chat,
Mhm.
he mentioned that there's been several government/financial buildings burning down per week.
Yeah,
in China.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is in Shanghai. All right, on September 30th, same day. Okay. We should start doing the map again because
Yeah, the
it's
pentagram map.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to understand, but these things, they're not just happening in one area.
No.
They happen across the entire country.
Yes.
So it shows you that it's what's the word? Systemic, endemic.
Yeah,
It
endemic,
means it's
yeah.
not just like you don't just have one site where the crane fell down, one site where it was dangerous or badly
Or blew
constructed.
up or whatever.
It's the whole country.
Sinkholes. Remember we did the sinkhole
Yeah.
one? It was across the entire country.
It happens in a whole, and that's just because the construction industry is very corrupt and very shortcut orientated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And let's move on to the next one.
This is grim, so we'll leave out some details. But
Yes.
basically, what happened was a guy went into a Walmart right at closing time, 10:30 p.m.
Yeah.
In
In Shanghai.
downtown in Songjiang district, a nice area.
Yeah.
Really nice area. Went in there and went on a stabbing spree.
Yeah, now this is actually a big issue, and we're going to talk about this a little later in China, but there's a phenomenon, and it's unique, almost unique to mainland China. Aspects of it are. Obviously, you get crazies all around the world, okay? But it's something called revenge against society, okay? Now, I tend to find that when people, maybe slightly mentally unstable people, if they have a problem, they might act out, they might lash out, but it's usually they lash out at people they know.
Yes.
So maybe they'll go into their former employer's office or something and take out their frustrations.
Right.
Maybe they'll target somebody who bullied them. Maybe they'll,
Yes.
you know what I mean? It's usually something personal. But in China, when somebody has a problem, if they lose all their money or they have a dispute with the government or they're frustrated with life, they will go out and attack random innocent civilians.
It really is a
And usually
mental health-
children.
Yeah, it's really a mental health
And
thing.
it is a mental health problem. But anyway, this happened just before, just before the National Day holiday.
Yes, I just wanted to read this real quick.
Sure.
There's been discussion about economic pressures causing rifts in society. Not to excuse horrendous acts like this, but in an attempt to explain the seemingly inexplicable. I believe this is a CNN article or a BBC article. I can't remember, but the article's linked down below.
Everything's linked in our description.
There is the question of mental illness here and how it's treated. Being
It's
China, right?
not.
For many years, knife attacks on strangers have come in waves in this country, and they seem to be horrific copycat attempts at gaining attention. Either way, there's something very troubling in China leading to these bloody assaults. This week is supposed to be a time to celebrate what China has become 75 years after the Communist Party came to power, but a killing spree ushered in a 7-day break. And the thing is, this is happening all over the country, and these are copycat attacks. They are related to mental illness because there is no outlet. There are no outlets for mental health.
Yes.
Mental health.
Yeah.
There are no psychiatrists. There's no therapy. These things don't exist in China in a place that desperately needs them.
Yes.
And this, I don't want to bring religion into this or anything like this, but I want to say in a country that is very religious, there is no real recourse for people. So let's say like, at least you have your church community or something. At least
Sure.
you have some community, right?
Yeah.
China doesn't really have those things, right?
Yeah, it's only family. That's the only thing people
all
can
you
fall
got.
back on. And if you don't have a positive family, environment,
Yes.
or if you don't have a family environment,
Right.
it's very bad.
And you'll be laughed out of the room if you bring up mental illness.
Yeah.
It's not a thing to talk about in China.
Yes.
So this is a big problem that's only getting worse, especially as the rift, and I like what the author said here, the writer of the article, but the rift in society grows ever larger with economic disparity getting worse and worse every day.
Yes.
And so people just can't afford the things they could before. They're losing hope. China's not on this big up and up like it used to be.
Yeah.
So it's like there's nothing left to believe in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. And again, this happening in Shanghai, which is China's most sophisticated, richest city.
Yes. Oh, by far and away.
And apparently he traveled there specifically because of that.
Yes.
To go take out his frustrations and just go murder random people, basically.
Yes.
All right, so let's moving on from that.
Again, this is not to say that there is no crime problem anywhere, but it's a specifically China issue in terms of this revenge on society thing. This is the China show, so we're telling you how things work in China.
Yeah, exactly. October 1st in all of China, you know what we saw? Because
National Day.
National Day, by the way, when National Day happens, everybody goes to like a public square or something. They'll have a flag raising ceremony. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, exactly. It's National Day. And they'll do like light displays in the cities. I'm sure you've seen clips of like drone shows and things. They put a huge amount of effort into making this look like,
Well, because
China.
the government is the most important
Yes.
element of China.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
Yeah, they're like, hey, China is prosperous. Look,
Right.
put
I'm
on
not
a
saying
bunch
what the
of
people
LEDs.
believe. It's what the government will dump money into celebrating itself.
Yes, exactly. But the unfortunate thing is that everywhere you go, and
This is my
yeah,
Those lodges, it's all garbage.
yeah. The thing is, people don't like this, obviously, but this
No,
is a
but
big
people-
issue. A big issue in China is education, especially when it comes to like things like don't litter.
Yeah, it's not Japan.
Yeah, most of the people you run into in the rural areas and that come from unless you're like middle class, upper middle class, you're not taught to not litter.
No.
No. And so people just litter. They just throw things on the ground. That's how it goes.
The educated people in the city get mad and they film these videos.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
it. It's terrible.
It's not very good. But anyway, we had lots of scenes of just trash everywhere. We decided there's no point in pointing that out
Yeah, I
because
mean,
you get the idea. Let's move on. October 1st, Hohhot in Mongolia to Beijing Expressway. So this happened fairly close to Beijing, apparently.
On the way to Beijing.
Yeah. Another big fire. Now this time a coal truck overturned.
Yeah.
Apparently some cars slammed into it. One of the cars was an EV which burst into flames and ended up burning down.
Engulfing all the cars.
As you can see here. Again, very good for the environment. Massive big thing.
Mother Earth is just taking a...
Yeah, they're like, yes, all this, lovely smog.
EV fires.
Exactly.
Coal truck
yes,
fires.
yes. Exactly.
By
Lithium
the way, can we
poison
pause this?
gas.
I want to use this as an opportunity real quick.
Yeah.
Little environmental PSA.
Sure.
I saw, and I won't name names, I saw with you
Yes.
Somebody very high up in some sort of international sphere of environmentalism.
Yes.
Which both of us would consider ourselves environmentalists for sure.
Absolutely, I'm all for the environment.
Yes. Talking about how good it was that the UK just shut down its last coal plant and how
Yes.
this is finally the step in the right direction for the West.
Yes, but this is the same person praising China all the time.
China, yeah, I mean, like the vast, if you did it statistically, probably 70% of the time he's talking about how amazing China is with the
Yes.
environment, right?
Yes.
This is a Westerner.
Yeah.
Very respected.
Mm-hmm. Politician.
Is he a politician?
Ex-politician.
Ex-politician. Now, this person goes on to congratulate the UK. That's fine.
Yeah.
But how is this a massive step in the right direction for the West to close one down when China is now made 6 times the coal plants that it did recently and continues to build new ones all the time, all year?
Yeah.
And now, all of its CO2 emissions are the entire rest of the world combined.
Yeah.
It's more than that.
It's quite insane. China keeps opening and greenlighting new coal-burning power plants at an astronomical rate. But all you ever see in the propaganda is like, look, China's green technology. Look, they put solar panels over a hill, which, by the way, isn't good for the environment. It kills all the animals and stuff. And on top of that, half of those probably don't work. But, you know.
I just don't understand because I feel like I'm going crazy.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's such disconnect with reality
Yeah.
to look at a country that's polluting the entire world more now.
Yes.
More.
Yes.
It's doing more of the thing, building the coal plants that everyone else is pulling away from.
Yeah.
They're like, no, let's not do this anymore. Let's shut them down.
Yeah, the UK is going to shut down its last ever coal plant.
And the U.S. is on a massive decline if you look at CO2 emissions and stuff. Everyone's following the rules. China's increasing.
Yes.
And then
massively.
everyone's going like this. I actually think that I'm living in an insane world
Yes.
where I do support environmental change
Yes.
and progress, but I feel like everyone's rooting for the wrong team.
Yeah.
The team that's doing it. It's kind of like somebody is having a soccer game and one team is running around like stabbing everyone and everyone's cheering for them and all the other players are dead and then they kick a goal in and they win and then everyone's like, see, that's good.
Yeah.
You're breaking all the rules.
Yeah, you're absolutely
I don't
right.
get
I
it.
think you're correct on that.
My analogy is absolutely stupid.
No, it's fine. I like your analogy. I think it's totally okay. This, for instance, isn't good for the environment either way.
Yes.
But yes, a coal-burning power plant thing, it really is. Yeah.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Exactly.
I mean, you're contributing to Sky Don't Lie.
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Absolutely, you are. Yeah. Anyway, guys, the coal-burning power plant thing's real, though, and I do get very annoyed when environmentalists turn a blind eye to China all the time.
David Lopenga's WTF kind of analogy is that.
Yeah, exactly.
For some reason, we're thinking of soccer players stabbing each other.
Yeah, there you can see the EV on fire, by the way.
Look at that. Look at the I'm
flame.
telling you, the hue of those flames are very insane.
Lithium battery fires are scary.
Yeah,
because
for
they
sure.
burn at such a huge heat and they're explosive and almost instantaneous. And they
Yes.
can melt rebar. So if it's parked in an underground parking lot, it can burn through the rebar and cause a building to collapse. Anyway,
crazy.
let's take a look. October 2nd.
This
Now-
is quite the week in review.
This is fun, though.
This is it's also kind of infuriating, but fun too.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the guy.
So in Wuhan again, there's a place called the Happy Valley theme park.
Yes.
Okay, now it's interesting. Huanlagu means Happy Valley, and you get them all over China. Like
Yes.
Shenzhen had a Happy Valley
Yeah,
as
I
well.
went to one.
And usually it's just like a theme park. They have rides, roller coasters.
They kind of
you know.
suck.
Yes, it's like a discount. It's literally like a discount theme park.
Yeah, it's like if Six Flags sucked.
Yeah,
You know what I
like
mean?
1.5 flags.
Yes, it's like 1.5
so,
flags.
yeah. Anyway, they have rides that involve water.
Yes.
Like those typical go down and splash things or whatever.
Yeah, water park.
So what you've got is you've got a bunch of aunties that sit outside and they sell like disposable raincoats.
Yes.
Okay, so they sit outside the entrance because you're going to get wet, so you buy a disposable raincoat from them, right? But they jack their prices up.
Yeah, so it'd be like, $17 for a disposable like Ziploc bag.
Yes,
basically.
exactly.
Like Saran wrap. Or
So
whatever.
some guy got really kind of annoyed. So he went and bought a bunch of disposable raincoats.
They sold them mad cheap.
It's undercut their prices. So he went
Just
to go.
Not even necessarily to profit, just to like be nice.
Yeah, well, I think he's spiteful. He's like,
Yeah.
screw these. So they started to attack him.
Poor guy.
They were like, "What are you doing?"
They cornered the market.
Yeah, exactly.
You get off our turf. It's kind of like what mafia or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, like he's in good faith about it. Like he's like.
Sorry, but yeah, look, they even attacked the cameraman too.
Yes.
But basically, they're not having any of that. You don't come here and muscle in on our business, selling them at reasonable prices.
Yes, you do not do that.
Yeah.
They need to make 1,700% markup.
Yes. Don't forget that they're not permitted to do this.
No, you're not allowed to do that.
They don't have a license. They're not like sanctioned by the park or anything. They just stand outside there and annoy people.
Yes.
But so he has every right to do what they're doing.
Yes.
By
the way.
What?
Shout out and credit to where credit's due. Beautiful blue sky that day in Wuhan.
Yeah, I gotta say.
I'm not gonna hide it.
No, if there's a good sky, we show it.
We show the sky. Yeah. I'm not gonna color grade it down.
Yeah. No.
Someone actually went for a jog there and he was kind of disappointed.
Who? This guy? You mean this guy?
You'll follow me, okay?
Look at it. That's what I remember.
Yeah, exactly.
In a lot of China.
Sure. Yeah. Anyway, you can see the flags up there. Now, during National Day holiday, they do it they set it up like a week or so before, and then they leave the flags up for a little bit longer after. But almost every street, every road, you'll have the Chinese national flag everywhere.
The sky doesn't lie either way, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
That's why we say the sky don't lie, because it is.
You can always see if there's pollution or not. Yeah. Man, they really went after him. They forced him out.
Okay. October 3rd, Shangrao, Jiangxi, China.
Okay.
Take a look what happened
Let's
there.
have a look. We're really moving around the country, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going all over.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Now,
I know what happened here.
Yeah, tell us. What
okay. So for the National Day holiday time, that time period, everyone decides, hey, everyone gets allocated the same holiday.
Just remember, guys, that's what makes China very different is you only get the time off when the government says you get the time off. Okay?
Yeah, you don't save up your days.
Yeah, it's not like in the West where you negotiate with your boss and you say like, okay, I got 2 weeks holiday, I'll take it in August or something.
No, and that's not to say every job has that, but that's not in China.
Yeah, there's no flexibility is what I'm saying. So you get the time off, and the thing is, you have to take the time off.
Yes.
That's another thing. During the National Day holiday, you're not allowed to work during that time, so you got to go do stuff.
So these people went to go travel to Shangrao, Jiangxi.
Yes,
right? I actually know where this is.
Scenic spot.
And what they decided to do was go buy a ticket and get inside the gates. And it was very important that they did that because this is their day off and this is their time to climb the mountain.
Yes.
However, they did not expect to be there all day and all night.
Yeah.
And I'd like to show what happened.
Because they got real mad and they all started demanding refunds because they couldn't even get in the gate.
Not only did the people not get in the gate, the people that got in were stranded because they couldn't move because there was too many people. There were so many people, and a lot of people were not prepared because it was warm during the day, and at night it was freezing.
Yes.
And they all got stranded in the cold wind with t-shirts and shorts, and people had shorts on.
Yeah, as you can see, it's now nighttime, and they're stuck in the same spot.
All night. And by the way, this was one place where this happened. Many places this happened around China.
Yes.
Because it was so crowded and there were so many people traveling to go take their day off or whatever.
It's horrendous. And I can attest because I've traveled during this time.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this hill. Does that look like fun?
That is insane.
Does that look fun to you?
That's actually insane.
Yeah. I mean, this is
this is all around China.
There's the Chongqing Hongyadong
you always talk
propaganda,
about that
because
place.
that's used in every single propaganda video for China. Is they show this grotty place with LED lights on. It looks terrible during the day, by the way.
Yeah.
And this,
well, the sky don't lie.
Yeah, exactly. Well, even at night you can tell. But I mean, does that look like fun to anyone? Does that look like fun?
We actually have an explanation for all of this in After Party today.
Yes,
so don't forget, After Party link right now is in the chat. It's also in the description. It's free. Go check it out. It's where we hang out after the show.
Yeah, you can line it up.
We have a follow-up to this.
We have a follow-up to
government
this,
response.
Yes.
Which is like, the biggest cope I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, every time, and we show this every time, but it happens every year. You think people would know by now, don't go to this Great Wall.
Yes.
This fake wall.
Yeah, why do you keep going during this time?
Again, we've shown you before on the show, but this particular segment of the Great Wall, the one that's open to tourists, it's fake.
Yeah.
All of these
Well,
bricks,
it's just rebuilt,
it's fake. It's like, it's not the original thing. It's all modern bricks and cement that they went in like the 80s and 90s and they rebuilt.
Oh, even in the 2000s.
In the 2000s. They basically came there, you know, hired a bunch of bricklayers and like, let's make it. They didn't use the original materials.
No.
It's not the authentic ancient wall. It's like where the wall was.
Yes.
There's a little bit of foundation there and they slapped this on top. Just so you know, when you're going there, you're not standing on some ancient thing.
You know what else you can do?
What?
Like the stream. It's free.
Yeah.
It helps us out a lot, so please click the
Yeah.
like button. Thank you.
Now, this is in Xi'an. Does that look like fun to you?
No. No. I don't think that looks
This
fun
is Changsha.
to anyone. Why are people going to Changsha, by the way? It's
have no
got to
idea.
be one of the worst places I've ever been.
You know what I really love?
What?
Luotuo.
Why? Camel?
Because you get to sit on it.
Oh, that in Changsha, you mean?
No, there's, yeah, you know,
Oh,
over
here.
yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Here's the biggest problem about Luotuo is, okay, camels, is you see on Chinese social media, they show these romantic posts of somebody like in the desert living some kind of Arabian themed holiday adventure.
Yes.
Like there you are, riding a camel.
I actually showed that in my like overrated tourism video.
Yes.
And it's so funny because the people have these like, not Instagram posts, whatever the equivalent is in China, right?
Yeah.
And they'll be like, you won't believe how, you know, beautiful this area is. And it'll show like one person on a camel or like two people on a camel, right?
Yes.
And it's like in this very romantic, you know, romanticized version of what we'd imagine.
But
And then
now,
the reality is this.
take a look, everybody. What you've got there is a queue. So what you're actually paying for and traveling to is to get on a camel and walk in a slow-moving queue of thousands of people. And there's nothing romantic about that.
I mean, you know, some people actually love this. They call it Ruan now.
Isn't that? Yeah, I feel like
So you
this is
actually
in-
get these camel tours in Inner Mongolia. You get them in Xinjiang. This is in Gansu. This is in Dunhuang.
Yeah, Dunhuang.
Dunhuang is like probably the most popular place you'd go. So you're this camel line. Look at it.
By the way,
Look at that.
Yeah, look. I mean,
How do they get that many camels?
They must have a camel breeding program.
Must
Probably
be.
import them from like the Middle
Yeah.
East. Because look at how it like snakes around. Okay.
Yes. That's
Now-
what's impressive.
There are
There are
actually traffic
traffic
lights for the camels.
That's how insane this is. There's
Yes.
freaking traffic lights.
It's a nightmare to me, okay? I understand, like, if you take your kids to, like, a park and there's a pony ride and then somebody, like, walks around, that's nice, right?
Yeah.
But the idea of being led around in a queue, it's like getting into camel traffic on purpose. It's rush hour camel traffic.
Actually, all of this,
It's like driving into downtown LA on purpose during
Yes.
rush hour.
Yeah, but just to do that
With a
part.
car that doesn't run very well and it's a manual transmission and it's really difficult.
Yes.
And it's overheating.
But you go there just for the traffic.
Yeah, that's what's happening is people are going to that camel place
Yes.
in Dunhuang to like that is just ridiculous.
Yes.
Can I just say, like, it's horrible. And this is what happens when you have a massive population, but you open the floodgates to travel all at the same time. And you make these tourist spots popular because you're like, everybody's got to go here. Can you imagine if it's like, oh, Disneyland is a place everybody wants to go, right?
Yeah.
But what if everybody could only get 10 days off a year?
Yes.
They would all go to Disneyland at the same time.
Yes.
And that's-
Traffic tourism. Is,
Yes.
We've invented
Yes,
something.
traffic tourism.
That's what this whole segment should be
It's
called.
sardine tourism.
Yes.
I mean, look at that.
Keep
Isn't
going.
that terrible?
We got so much content.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Not your fault.
Sometimes, you know, you just got to look at this and sigh. And be like, why?
Collective sadness.
Yeah, like, why would you want to do this, you know?
It's crazy. But again,
It's
you're about to
Shanghai.
see in After Party, you're going to see the cope.
Yeah, you'll see the cope. Big cope.
It's nuts.
Yeah. Okay, October 3rd. Some highway in China. Now, what is wrong with this, other than the horrible pollution?
So what's happening here is somebody's driving, well, somebody's not driving.
Yes.
A self-driving car.
Mhm.
And what they've done is it yells at you if you don't touch the steering wheel, apparently. So they've jammed.
Just like a Tesla, you can't take your hands off
okay.
the wheel for a long period of time.
I've never driven one, so I'm not
Okay.
sure. But I guess, yeah, you can't. Yeah, you were in an Uber, remember? You
Yeah.
said, and the guy was like getting mad at
This
it.
guy was annoying because he kept like telling me aliens exist, but never mind that. He was constantly like, it warns you, like, put your hands on the steering wheel, so you'd like slap it, like, shut up, and so that it would just keep driving for him, you know? So that what they've done is they put a bottle with
there,
some
yeah.
water in it to like feel like there's weight on the steering wheel, so they're tricking the car into self-driving. It's supposed to be supervised self-driving.
Nice.
But they think they're all cool,
That's
lying back.
terrifying that they're sleeping.
Yeah, they're chilling out watching a movie. They think they're smart, but I mean, everyone else on the road doesn't realize that there's an unsupervised self-driving car barreling past them. It's not nice.
That's terrifying.
What are they watching?
Yeah, look, it looked like Gordon Ramsay getting beat up. Like, what was that?
No idea. Here, let's move on.
Yeah, let's
October
move
4th in Yibin, Sichuan.
This has been a hectic week.
It's been a hectic week, yes. We're talking about fires, and now we're talking about fires and explosions.
This is an unknown explosion that happened, and it's nuts. It was crazy. It really just destroyed the entire area.
Yeah.
And we don't know what caused it. Was it intentional? Again, random explosions, random fires happening all over the entire country right now. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that one of these incidents would make international news if it happened in the UK, or if it happened in America, or if it happened in any country, really.
Yeah.
Except in China, these things are just so common, and they never reach international news.
No.
You know?
Either people don't care, or it's just hard to verify because, it gets suppressed.
Well, it does get suppressed, and the only reason we know about these is because we get them from the Chinese internet or from people that we know in China who, happen to grab it before it gets censored,
Look, it was absolutely smoked. Like, the whole thing got
exactly.
wrecked. This is, by the way, absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. What's wrong? What's wrong with this picture?
These guardrails are backwards, and this guy posted this video. I'll just translate. He's like, they put these guardrails backwards, but the funniest thing later, keep going.
Yeah.
The people that did it or whoever was responsible said that was actually done on purpose. So he's like laughing about.
When you make a mistake, you're like, "Oh no, I did that."
No, that's on purpose. Just checking to see if you're paying.
Yeah,
attention.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, for anyone who's maybe not watching this, the guardrails are the wrong way around. They're facing outside from the road. So the whole point of a guardrail is if you lose control of your car and you hit the side, that it kind of like bounces you back, keeps you in the lane. It stops you from going into the middle of nowhere. It's there for safety. Now, what do you think would happen if you lost control of your car and hit the guardrail now?
I think you would cheese grate your car.
You would literally be in a cheese grater. It'd be like all the way down.
Oh my gosh.
It's worse than not having it.
Oh my gosh. That's such a thing that would happen in China, though, because of corruption, lack of education for the people doing it.
Yes. Lack of oversight.
And lack of oversight,
Yeah.
which is the key feature here.
Right, guys, we'll be right back after another word. Sweater weather pairs perfectly with savory fall foods, but with your busy schedule, sometimes it's hard to eat the way you'd like to.
That's where Factor comes in. Their chefs do the shopping and the chopping to bring you fresh, never frozen, fully cooked meals right to your doorstep. All you have to do is heat and eat.
All of their meals are dietitian approved, so you're getting the nutrition you need, along with the fall flavors you crave.
When it comes to meals, everyone wants the same thing. Options. That's why Factor offers 35 wholesome meals every week, including Gourmet Plus, Keto, Calorie Smart, Vegan and Veggie, so you'll always find something you love that suits your lifestyle.
This fall, you've got a lot going on outside of the kitchen. Keep your plans and turn to Factor. They deliver fresh, nutritious, chef-prepared meals ready to eat in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're managing calories, maximizing your protein intake, or simply trying to eat more balanced, Factor has dietitian-approved meals that will help you meet your wellness goals. We've absolutely loved Factor meals. They're so convenient, so delicious, so fresh.
Completely what I wasn't expecting. Really delicious, and I can 100% guarantee you will enjoy it.
Head to factormeals.com/ADV50 and use the code ADV50 to get 50% off your first month and 20% off your next month. That's code ADV50 at factormeals.com/ADV50 to get 50% off your first month plus 20% off the next. Thanks.
It's Slumaganda time! Okay. So we're done with all the on this day of that day, etc.
It was a big week.
It was big. Sorry it went a little bit long this week, but we had to show you just how insane it was.
Yes.
Now, we're doing my favorite part of the show. Now, I think the best way for us to do this is to not interrupt and just play it through.
Okay.
Okay?
I was just only going to set it up by saying they're doing a massive push about the trains again.
Yes.
And also about like how amazing photographers are.
They had a big like photography display thing going on like in China.
They're trying to make fetch happen by trying to say, look at this viral photograph that's been going around and nobody knows what it is.
No, but maybe you have seen it.
Maybe not.
Probably not. Anyway, let's just play it and you guys will see.
This photo from Modern Times is also impressive. It shows a high-speed...
Next. Thanks.
This photo from Modern Times is also impressive. It shows a high-speed train going right past the central axis.
Now we are at Yongdingmen Gate. I'm not sure where to go to capture the moment like Mr. Xing did. Those Xinhua photographers are really good.
That's the difference between the professionals and ordinary people. The man who captured is here. 西华 photographer 邢广利。老师你好，你好，你好。
Oh, good lord.
这样的话，才能够拍到整个镜头线。它要有的高度，然后前面还没有遮挡，然后用上去。对。
If you're too close to the train, then the train will look really big.
Oh, you're right. You're so smart. Oh, you're right. You're so smart.
Duh.
Yeah, okay, so I mean...
What was that?
Probably the most awkward host I've seen.
Oh man, it's definitely one of his first gigs, because that was so awkward.
Yeah. And sorry for all the sound things, but you know, this is how Chinese state media puts things out. They absolutely cannot get their sound right. The mixing is terrible, so it's either
They're
too
worse than
high
us.
or too low. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Which is saying a lot.
So the weird thing is that their pacing and their storyline is wrong too, because they put this is how it starts. I didn't cut this. This is actually how it starts. Right here, okay?
Yeah, there's something we gotta pay attention to.
What's that?
Apparently, from DJ Drax says, did you see the plainclothes police in the background trying to eject the elderly dude with a walker from the area because they're filming?
Oh, I didn't see. Okay, let's take a look.
The
Yeah.
photo from Modern Times is also impressive. It shows a high-speed train going right past the central axis.
Now we are at Yongdingmen Gate. I'm not sure where to go to capture the moment like Mr. Xing did. Those Xinhua photographers are really good.
That's the difference.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen, I think you should leave, but there's a thing that Tim Robinson does, the main actor. A lot of you guys have seen it, and he always goes, and
I get that
exactly
vibe.
like
I get that vibe. Yeah, he's very like frustrated. He can't
Yeah,
take good photos.
I just want to, I don't know how to take a photograph like this.
Yeah.
Between the professionals and
Oh, in the
ordinary
back?
people.
I mean, maybe.
don't know.
I think they're just messing.
I'm just
around.
shouting out channels.
The man who captured is here. 西华 photographer 邢广利。老师你好，你好，你好。
Oh, good lord.
这样的话，
I feel like he didn't want to meet him. He was just
I
like,
know.
oh, look at this photo. And then it's like, oh, here's the guy who took it. He's like, ah, do I really have to?
能够拍到整个镜头线。它要有的高度，然后前面还没有遮挡，然后用上去。
If you're too close to...
I do get the impression, and I could be wrong, but it looks like doesn't understand what's going on. And he's just like, can we get this over with?
My favorite, yes, and my favorite quote is this: "If you're too close to the train,
Yes.
it'll look big."
Yeah, that's what he said. Because the photographer guy was talking about like, oh, he had to use his lens or whatever to get this good shot. And then this is his wisdom. He's telling a professional photographer.
Yes, in English.
Yes.
Train, then the train will look really big.
Oh, you're right. You're so smart.
Isn't that what you tell like a little kid? Oh yeah, you're so smart.
So smart. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're so smart.
Duh.
He's so mad. I'd love to see more of that guy.
Yeah, I think we will. I feel like he's gonna come back.
He's the opposite of Haze Runner.
Haze Runner, yeah.
Haze Runner's bubbly and happy. This guy's like, I didn't get my way.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, shut up about your photographs already. I'm done.
Don't talk about your success. Let's talk about my success.
Exactly. Anyway, guys, we're going to have after party again today. And for those of you who don't know what after party is we've decided to, this is still in a test phase, but instead of doing our lengthy Q&A at the end of the show, we decided to make it more fun, make it more open-ended for everyone to come in there and ask questions and make it into a bit of a thing. So you can find the link for it down below in the description. It'll start directly after the show, a few minutes after. And we got a lot of interesting, funny clips lined up for you. And of course, we've got this whole debate whether this jacket of sea milks, whether it is gray or green. We had a big thing last week, and we're actually going to tell you the results because I took my camera with an app and we did the swatches app and found out its exact color. So we're also going to find out if I'm colorblind or not.
You're definitely, yes, and we're going to be taking a colorblind test. If you
Yes.
want to see a live colorblind test, funny clips, and everything regarding this debate, go to After Party, pull it up right now. You can either go to the posts tab of the China show,
Yes.
click it, open it up,
Yeah.
or you can go to patreon.com/ADV podcast. It's a public post that's on there right now.
Yes.
Or it's in the chat right now if you're here live.
Yes.
And you will have it loaded up in another tab or whatever your tactic is, and we'll be there right after the show.
Yeah, right after the show. Of course, we still have the rest of the show to continue with, so now that you know, we're hoping to see you there. We'll remind you right at the end as we will. For those of you who missed out on our VIP show on Monday, this is what you missed out on.
你来这边干什么？踢足球。
Get him out of there. It's like, eat it.
We are brothers.
What the-
Are you a psycho?
快谢谢阿姨。谢谢奶奶。啥？你怎么叫？
What's he doing pushing it down there? He's like,
He's making
he's
sure it
really
works.
like.
He's just admiring the shoe.
Oh,
See, this is a
okay.
good setup.
He gave him his shoe back.
Oh, he gave it back. All right, before we get into this picture,
Yes.
we have a VIP show every Monday
Mhm.
on patreon.com/ADV podcast. It is where you go to support us at the highest level. It also helps us. It's the best way to support us, but you also get a show every Monday. If you
Yes.
like the China show, you're going to love Xiaoban Ho. It's more communal effort.
Yeah.
You vote on everything. It's all democratic. We participate with the audience the whole time.
We prepare a lot of material, and it's what people vote on.
Yes, the last topic that you guys missed, if you're not part of Xiaoban Ho, is China's social experiments. So we
Yeah.
showed all the social experiments that are funny in China. It was great. It was fantastic. It was very fun.
Mm-hmm.
We have a bunch of awesome topics coming up, including our next topic, which is like when Chinese people get a bunch of money, but they're like not necessarily educated. Let's say they're in some rural area. What do they waste their money on?
Yeah.
Like weird luxury items, right? So that's the topic coming up. It's going to be really fun. If you sign up at that tier, you're going to get every episode, 100+ episodes that we've done.
Yes.
You're going to get every episode going forward. And again,
And access to everything else.
Access to everything else. You'll also be able to choose the next topics and vote on everything. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely recommend you go over there.
Absolutely. So what are we looking at, this yellow and red map?
Well, do you know
Mm-hmm.
that a lot of people say that China is a very diplomatic. I can't even joke about this. China has this many territorial disputes with its neighbors.
Territorial disputes. Remember, a big part of China's propaganda, and you'll see this going out, is that China's never started any wars or anything, and
Or it doesn't
America's
have any conflict.
America's all about war, but they very conveniently leave out the wars that they've had with Vietnam, with Russia. And this is in recent times, in the 70s.
India.
With India currently today, these border skirmishes that they have every week, it
Myanmar.
seems. Yeah, it's crazy. So
Bhutan.
this is a map showing you in yellow all of the countries that have border disputes or territorial disputes with China at the moment.
Yes.
Just so you all know.
Here's a little one.
Yeah.
It's
All of
all
them.
of the countries except for Myanmar for some reason, which is not true. I would color that yellow because of the current border disputes right
Yeah.
now with the rebel groups.
Mhm.
You definitely.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. It's literally everyone.
Yes.
They even have border disputes with North Korea. They're
Yes.
ally.
They do.
And Russia. They're ally.
They do. Just so everybody knows, that it's not what the propagandists say.
Yes.
All right.
Good point. Good point.
Let's move on from this little map of an infographic thing.
Yes.
Onto something else.
That's just like a daily reminder,
Yeah. Very long slide.
You know what I want to watch?
What?
I want to watch a movie about Gordon Ramsay getting beat up in a self-driving EV. This is Beyond the Great Firewall. This is where we take you into the Chinese internet and translate what's going viral there so that you guys get a better understanding of China.
Yes.
Recently, and this really pertains to the video I just put out, there's a lot of topics about cost of living in China. And recently a video went viral of a guy in Shanghai going around showing what 1 hour of minimum wage could buy. And it basically showing that in an affordable supermarket, 1 hour of minimum wage in Shanghai can buy you almost nothing.
Yes.
And he does it sarcastically, so it's kind of allowed and then probably pulled, right? But then there's a lot of counters to that too. There's all these videos going around about how to spend less money because China's going through economic turmoil right now.
Yes.
So this lady is quite famous, this IE, this auntie. And what she does is goes around and gets everything for free 99. She picks up scraps and then makes meals out of it. It's relatively interesting. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's take a quick look. We'll get out of here and we'll just play it through.
Yeah, she says, monthly living costs 300 RMB a month. Today I spent 0. Okay. I can fry these lotus roots. The boss didn't want them because they're gross. You left their garlic here.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's what you want to do, is you want to go pick up street garlic.
Scraps.
You know? I guess, again, the whole point of this is that she's trying to show that you can live frugally.
Yes, and it's good advice in this, economy of China where you can't afford anything.
Yeah, and just remember, we're not trying to poke fun. It's actually true. Right now, the economic situation in China is far worse than they let on.
And these
you're
kind
not
of
allowed
videos
to show that.
No, these kind of videos are pretty telling.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's how you see it. That's like I said in my video. There's little windows into like what the reality is.
Anyway, let's carry on.
They're lotus ponds. Picks them up to make soup. They use those lotus nuts to make
Yeah, I'll
soup.
put the volume down so you can say.
If you don't pick up peppers, you wouldn't know that they're the most abundant thing in the vegetable market. A few peppers I picked up today are really good. Or vegetables. Gongxing vegetable or Jiangxi veggies.
I'm a little skeptical about this because I've been to the wet markets and they never just leave unsold stuff lying around. I feel like this is a setup.
I would agree with you.
And if there was one scrap lying there, there'd be 10 IEs like wrestling for it.
You are true. I believe you're true.
This is fake 99.
I think it's fake 99. However, the point of the video existing tells you something.
That's true.
Right?
All right. I'll stop interrupting.
No, you're right. Today the leaves are tender. I like Gongxing. Told the boss I'm picking some to feed the chickens.
Okay.
I saw the cabbage lady just picked. I picked the scraps.
Those are not scraps.
Use pork oil to cook these. It tastes great. That's about enough. Today I can make 4 simple dishes.
Okay. So she's cooking the stuff that she found on the ground.
With one piece of pork floating around in there.
Yes.
Just teaching people how to do it, obviously.
Yeah.
Those are lotus roots. I like that dish.
Mm-hmm.
I usually like it with vinegar, though. You got some Gongxing Cai there.
Mm-hmm.
Gongxing vegetables with some chilies and some salt. Put that in there with the pork oil. Put in some garlic from there, and then you cook that up. Cook up the cabbage, Chinese cabbage.
Mm-hmm.
And then take the pork out and use it for tomorrow.
Oh, great. Use the pork. So what, you reuse the pork?
The wuha rou, yeah. That big piece of fat.
Yeah, so
I keep thinking in Chinese.
Yeah.
The fat pork.
Pork fat.
Pork fat. It's not just fat, though. It's got meat on it, too.
Yeah.
But you use that instead of oil.
I don't like the idea of using that multiple days in a row.
I think maybe once or twice.
What do you do? Do you put it in the refrigerator afterwards?
So...
What?
I got bad news for you.
What?
Most of the time in Chinese kitchens that I've seen is that they'll get zhuyo, which is like, I guess you could translate as lard.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
Zhuyo is like pork oil.
Yeah, lard.
Yeah.
That's what lard is, right?
Pork oil.
That is literally lard.
Pig oil.
So they cook it, and then when it's left over, they'll scoop it out and put it in a bowl, and that will sit out.
I've seen
not
that.
in the fridge.
I've seen that.
For many, many days, if not weeks.
I've seen it.
And the flies go in
I've seen it.
You've seen it.
I've seen it.
I just wanted to remind you.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I put out this video. Man, did I get hell of a backlash from bot accounts.
Yep.
So what I did was, this guy, right, he goes to Shanghai and he proves that you can't really buy much for that, right?
Yeah.
You can pause it for a sec.
Yeah.
So I always just had a theory, right? I said, let me come up with like 4 or 5 windows into China's real economy, right? So I looked into things like, the pork index, for example.
Yeah.
China can say, oh, our economy's fine, but then you look at the pork index, and pork sales are at an all-time low.
Correct.
And the prices are deflationary. It's an economic signal into a country that has no opacity on their economy, economic figures.
You mean no transparency?
No transparency.
They've got
Lots
a lot of opacity. Yes.
That's what I meant to say. So you can look at little windows like this. For example, you can look at satellite imagery over China, and you can look at that compared to America, right?
Yeah.
Just pause it.
I'll pause. I want to pause it on your infographic.
Okay, but I want to talk. I want that to talk. That part to talk.
All right. You guys can see my awesome purple motorcycle that I built.
There you go. Yes. So you have satellite data, looking at lights on factories and people's activity. You look at America, typically underreports or reports on average their correct GDP figures.
Sure.
China reporting potentially a third too much based on real windows onto data, right? So I was like, why not look at like an hour of minimum wage in New York City, $16 an hour, right?
Yeah.
And let's compare that to what an hour of minimum, because it doesn't matter how much money you make per hour. It matters how much can you buy with that money, right?
Yes,
so
correct.
put the figure aside, 1 hour in New York City versus 1 hour of Shanghai wage, right? Both are international cities, both are wealthy cities.
I'd say they're probably the richest cities of each country.
Correct. Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Most
sophisticated.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. And so what I did was, this Shanghai guy went to an affordable supermarket.
Yeah.
Like a cheap supermarket. And so what I did was I went to an Aldi's, right? I went to an Aldi's ad.
Yeah.
And with 1 hour of wage, I put this together. You can turn up the volume.
Okay.
With everyone rightfully talking about inflation and just how expensive the USA is getting, let me show you what I can get if I went to New York City, one of the most sophisticated, expensive, and international cities in the USA, basically the US equivalent of Shanghai, for 1 hour of minimum wage work. Okay, for comparison, in China's best place, 1 hour of minimum wage got this guy 4 small bananas, 1 small bunch of Shanghai cabbage, 2 eggs, a tiny bit of rice, not even 1 bowl's worth, 1 bunch of noodles, a small bag of milk, a tiny bit of minced pork, and a little vinegar. So with 1 hour of minimum wage in New York City, I was able to get 5 bananas.
Now, guys, I'm going to get us out of here, so I want you guys to take a screenshot of this.
Yeah.
Because so many times you hear about, China's cost of living is so low, it's so cheap. But you know who says that? Are foreigners who go there that are used to being paid a foreign wage, who've used to working in foreign companies that have money from a first world country.
Yes.
And they go there and they're like, whoa, $2 for a steak or something.
Honestly, I don't want to use the racist word, but
No.
like to go to a country where people are struggling and say, oh, it's actually really cheap here and the people are struggling. It's pretty delusional.
Yeah, so you have to look at what people earn over there. And that's also why when you go to China, it's so disingenuous. You go to these big cities and you see these very posh malls with like LV and Gucci and stuff. And you're like, wow, China's wealthy. But actually, no. The majority of Chinese citizens, I'm saying the majority cannot afford to shop.
Absolutely not.
Like,
absolutely
the
not.
vast majority.
Yes.
It's only a small minority that can actually afford to
That
buy.
props up that luxury economy.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, sales are an all-time low for luxury goods.
But, the whole thing is it's like the very rich, which there's such a big disparity in China, they can shop in those places. But, of course, it's this facade that the government loves to show. Look how rich and wealthy we are. Look, we've got Gucci and Ferraris and so on. But that's actually not true. The majority of people can't. So anyway, I'll get us out of here so you can see this, right? So what you can get in New York City, you said it, I'll just let it play.
2.7 pounds of chicken breast, 8 ounces of fresh leaf spinach, 1 20-ounce loaf of white bread, that's over a pound, a half a gallon of 2% milk, 1 pound of rotini pasta, and 12 large eggs. I basically got 5 or 6 times the food of this guy compared to his 1 or 2 meals with the minimum wage earned in New York City versus Shanghai.
So in my video, I go on to say, well, you could, because I knew people would be in the comments saying like, but how it costs of living for houses and stuff. I've already done that in my Hate America video, the Hate America campaign video. The price of houses in China is outlandish.
Just try and find out how much it costs to buy an apartment in Shanghai, downtown Shanghai.
Go ahead.
It'll blow your mind.
Yes.
And it's for tiny apartments that, well, you can't even own. You can only lease.
Yes.
So anyway.
Anyway, the point is, my theory was correct. I went to, I think it was either Yonkers or the Bronx or whatever, and an Aldi's, so a comparable, affordable supermarket, and people went livid. And I mean, I'll be honest, the vast majority of people were happy with the video, but this teams of bots / people like, there's no way you can find that. That's impossible because America's got to be bad.
Yeah.
Like even other Americans, you can do an ABP.
I'll do an ABP.
America Bike Party, America Bike.
They just won't accept that America's not the worst.
Yes.
They just won't accept it. And I'm talking about in this time of inflation where stuff is getting very unaffordable in America, I will admit. But they just won't accept it.
Yeah.
And the be-all and end-all is China is not a cheap place to live. And the economy's doing poorly.
Correct.
And just because you hate your own country and you want everything to suck doesn't mean China's doing well or better.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Anyway, we've got to really motor on if we're going to make it in time, guys. So
just quickly,
this is super important. This happened in Taiwan.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can turn it down.
I'll turn it. Let me just explain what happened.
Yeah.
So, as we all know, Taiwan is a separate country from mainland China, okay? Even if you think they're the same, if a person from mainland China wants to go to Taiwan, they need a visa. You can't just go, all right? So these mainland tourists over here, this woman and this man standing there, they went to Taiwan and they saw that people were doing some, freedom, stand with freedom for democracy in Hong Kong stuff, right? So this guy disrupted this whole event. He's like, Taiwan belongs to China, Hong Kong belongs to China, and he like ripped their flags down and caused a big scene, okay? Now, the positive thing about this is him and his girlfriend/wife actually got deported, okay? Because first of all, they were there on false pretenses. They said they were there to visit family because apparently his mother is married to a Taiwanese man.
Yes.
But his mother wasn't even in the country. So they obviously just came over there to do tourism or to do whatever they were doing. But they came there, saw this protest, well, not a protest, just a peaceful, like stand with Hong Kong thing. They couldn't stand it. They went and trashed it. But luckily justice was served and they were deported. But it's the double standards that really get to me, because most Chinese nationalists cannot handle the idea of people having their own different opinion to, say things like Taiwan's not a part of China, or, free Tibet, or Hong Kong should have, democracy. You can't even wave an American flag around on the streets in China. It's not allowed. But for them, you waving your flag in a free country somewhere else, that's not okay. But here's where the double standard comes in. I'm just going to fast forward a bit. I'll show you the streets of San Francisco, because this is now, this year, a couple days ago, because of the National Day holiday. This is America. The streets of San Francisco. You've got, this congratulations to the Communist Party for 75 years. You've got the national flags everywhere. They're totally happy about this, but they cannot accept that in a free country somewhere else, somebody can say, Taiwan is an independent country. It's just a double standard that I really don't like.
Yeah, and I support these people to be able to do this in America, because that's what a free country does. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
100%. And that's why America rules, and that's why Taiwan rules, is because you can do those
Yeah,
things.
but then you should also be able to accept that other people can also wave their flag around.
I agree.
But it is kind of insane when you think about the fact that you got a caution from the police because you had an English school, and you put up an American flag next to a Chinese flag, and they came and told you to take it down.
Yep.
You're not allowed to do that kind of thing.
It's not the same law.
Yeah.
It's not the same standard.
No, it's a double standard, which I don't like. I just don't like the fact that, in China, you're not allowed to fly the flag of any other country, but here in America and other free countries, they can run around and pretend they own the place, which is what you see here in San Francisco. By the way, San Francisco Chinatown's really cool.
It is.
I remember when we went there, we met some subscribers from China, actually.
That's right. Very cool place.
Very, very nice place. A very good place to visit, actually, if you haven't checked it out. It's very, very cool. It's one might say it looks more like China than China itself.
Yeah, it definitely retains a lot of the traditions.
Because it's got a lot of the old cultural stuff.
Sure.
That's why you see all the lion dances and stuff,
That's
which
right.
kind of absent in mainland China most of the time.
That's right. Anyway, moving on.
Moving on.
We need to rip, dude.
Yeah, you're right.
Like right now.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm going to move past this nonsense.
Just
Quickly.
finishes this next story. Yeah.
This is very important. Switzerland. We saw an awful thing happen where a Chinese nationalist who was posting on his social media all about like being proud Chinese nationalists, all that stuff, went out and stabbed 3 5-year-old boys that were on their way to daycare. Again, revenge against society attacks. I want to say that this is a uniquely mainland Chinese mental issue, okay? And it's being exported around the world, which is horrible. Because normally, if someone has a grudge, they're not going to go stab a bunch of young toddlers. But this guy did, okay, in Zurich. And this is posts from his social media the day before he did it. He's going on about the national, day. So he's a massive nationalist. But we also saw this in Australia. And it's come to light that this there was this terrible thing that happened in Australia where there was a 9-month-old toddler in the park having a picnic with his mom. And a guy came over and poured a thermos of boiling hot coffee all over the child, gave him severe burns. He's going to be scarred for the rest of his life, undergoing surgeries for his whole life. It's a horrible thing. And it turns out that he was a Chinese national who was there on a student visa. And according to his friend, we can see here in the news, the Chinese national suspected of pouring hot coffee on a baby in a park wanted revenge on white people after he was denied another Australian visa, a friend in China has claimed. Again, it's this revenge against society. And you see how they target children. And this is my biggest issue, is they target random children. And it makes me so upset that this stuff is now going international, you know? And we've seen 2 such attacks in a very short period of time. So anyway, I just hope that this doesn't continue to spread. And I hope that this mental issue can be dealt with in China, you know? Anyway, we are going to probably wrap it up because we've got to get to the after party. We don't want to be late for that. What do you think? Oh, but we have one more thing.
You can't skip my news and then do
No, but
one more thing.
This, I know, but like, I don't know.
Alright,
Which
go
one do
for it.
which one do you want to
This is
prioritize?
whatever.
No, we can do it. We'll
doesn't
do
matter.
it. We got minutes. Go for it.
No, just that you guys can read the news down
No,
below.
no, go for it quickly.
In a break from tradition, China receives no formal statement from the U.S. on National Day. National Day, China always gets congratulations. In fact, they did from the EU and all its allies, like Russia and stuff, or friends, I should say.
Mhm.
The U.S. did not, the Biden administration or whatever, whoever was in charge of issuing this congratulations, did not offer China congratulations.
And this is
year.
the first time
I
in-
believe so,
yeah.
yeah. It's pretty crazy. The previous news article is just about China's huge economic boom right now because of the stimulus package,
Mhm.
and some advice to China about what they need to do to actually follow up on that.
Yeah.
This thing, do you remember this Linda Swin?
Yes.
Ferrari, a Honolulu highway, salted duck, top New York official allegedly spied for China. She's currently going to court. The funniest part of this was all of these things that she was, that came up, her mansions and everything. Everyone honed in on this like salted duck, which is like a
Yes.
specialty from Nanjing.
Yeah.
And so she kept requesting these as like
And
compensation
it was
for
the
whatever she was
consulate
doing.
special chef made it
Yes.
for her.
So
Salted
on the
duck.
way to her court case, some dissidents.
Yo, you
showed
got to
up.
just see this. It's so hilarious. Okay, I'll get us out of here.
四位，您今天会认罪吗？
Lawyer, I presume.
请问您现在人怎么样？
Listen to how she's feeling.
Here's your salted duck. Here's your salted duck.
This is shit.
I mean, that's got to be the best thing
That
ever.
is one of the the most what is it, like the most dedication to a bit I've ever seen.
Yeah, that is such a troll.
This guy rules.
Yeah, so he dressed up as a chef and he's like, well, here's your salted duck.
He literally showed up with a salted duck in a chef's
I
house.
just got to play that one more time for everybody to see. So it's all serious, you know, she's
Yeah.
being led to court and, you
Yeah.
know, you've got some
Everyone's-
四位，您
dissidents
今
here.
天会认罪吗？请问您现在人怎
Well,
么
the
样？
reporter actually says she seems like she's in okay spirits, but yeah.
Yes. This guy.
This guy is my
Yeah,
hero.
me too. Now that's a proper, that's proper
funny.
trolling. Yeah.
That's freaking funny.
It's hilarious. Oh, man.
I love this man. I want to know this guy.
Yeah,
this guy is my
he's-
new hero.
Yeah, he's epic. So Salt Duck Man, okay, all right. Well, guys, it's time for us to get ready for after party. I'm excited about this one because we're gonna.